Shall we check? Hello? Is it working? I think it is. Good morning. Can you hear me? No? I need to speak louder. All right. Good morning. My name is Andrea Raffo. I'm the research director here at the Minneapolis Fed. And it is my pleasure today to welcome all of you, presenters who traveled from around the country, panelists who did the same, audience here in the room and online, to this great event. It's a two-day conference focused on recent evidence on minimum wage policies and discussion of trade-offs for policymakers. We have a very exciting program. Today we will have a number of presentations and then a policy panel, which will be moderated by President Kashkari. And tomorrow there will be technical sessions at the university with a public roundtable in the evening. You may be wondering why a conference on minimum wages at the Federal Reserve. And let me start by saying it's obviously a very important topic for academic and researchers. It has been so now for a number of years. And there is evidence that points in different directions in terms of the effects of minimum wages on labor market outcomes. And nowadays, we are also getting even more data to analyze in a more granular way what happens to individual workers, individual firms, and so on and so forth. So it's one of those evergreen topics for researchers. And it's enough to look at the number of working papers published by our institution and other Federal Reserve banks within the system on this topic to get a sense of why Fed economists are actually actively interested in this area of research. I think for us, the interest in the topic has grown even more thanks to the recent partnership with local authorities. As many of you know, in 2017, the city of Minneapolis and then the city of St. Paul decided to adopt ordinances to increase the minimum wages over time. And then they issued a call for proposal to have a project evaluation. They were looking for an unbiased team providing some evidence-based research, and they selected our team. And I think the reason why they selected is because the Fed established a neutral research approach. So it speaks of the tradition of this institution. And on our end, if you go to our researchers and you tell them you will have access to some data nobody has used, that's a dream job. So obviously there was a lot of enthusiasm on our end in terms of being able to contribute to this important topic using new techniques and new data. We just delivered our second report in this partnership with local authorities. It's a 10-year-long project evaluation, so we will continue delivering new reports, looking at new aspects of the labor markets and implications of these policies for the local economy. And today, Anusha actually will present a quick summary of the results of what we have so far. And just to reinforce the message that we do neutral and unbiased research, this is actually the data and the results she's going to share today are part of academic project that has been issued as a MBER working paper already, has been presented in a number of academic conferences to receive feedback and to disseminate these new results, and is under review at the top academic journals. So it speaks, I think, to the reputation aspect that we were discussing before. Let me give you a second reason why it's important for us to discuss effect of minimum wage policy, which is it affects directly monetary policy discussion and deliberation. And let me give you a couple of examples. Obviously, daily, we try to understand how the economy works, how the economy responds to new development. And labor market institutions play a key role in affecting how the economy operates. First, they affect the overall productive capacity of the economy, what we call potential output, what essentially directly influence what is the neutral rate of policy. And for example, in some research that I did back in the days with Professor Neel, who is going to be one of our panelists today, we looked at how much labor market outcomes have changed over time in places like the US versus European economies, and how much different labor market arrangements actually had to do with that. A second channel through which labor market arrangements actually affect monetary policy directly is in the response of the economy to developments and shocks. And here another example is just COVID. In the early phase of COVID, the economies around the world shut down. We saw a massive increase in unemployment here in the States, barely having any increase in unemployment in Europe. And that was because there were different labor market arrangements, labor market policies at play. And to the extent that the economy responds differently to what happens based on these labor market arrangements, monetary policy ought to internalize these channels of transmission. Last but not least, obviously, if the economy is different because of these labor market arrangements, the way policy transmits to the economy may also be different. And today we're going to have actually some of the papers that speak directly to this channel of the effects of monetary policy in an economy where there are downward wage rigidities. So with that, I think it's going to, hopefully I made a convincing case. It's going to be a very exciting 2-day marathon into minimum wage policies. I was tasked with the final reminder about the rules of engagement. There will be 5 research presentations. Each presentation will be 40 minutes long. We will have Q&A at the end of the presentation. We will allow some clarifying questions during the presentation, but we don't want the presentation to be hijacked by content questions. We have Justin and Nicole. If you can raise your hand so that people, like the audience, can clearly identify you. They have mics, so if you want to ask questions, please raise your hand, and they will come by with the microphone. And then later today, we will have a panel discussion, as I said, moderated by President Kashkari, which will follow a very similar format. 45 minutes, we already have some questions that we are going to share with the panelists, and then we will have 15 minutes of open floor Q&A. And with that, I didn't get even the reminder about the time, so that's good.
Hello, everyone. I'm Anusha Nath from the Federal Reserve Bank of Minneapolis, and today I'm going to present my joint work with Lucas Carabarbonis and Jeremy Lease on minimum wages and labor market in the Twin Cities, which is a long-going project of the Minneapolis Fed. So today I'm going to focus on the labor market outcomes, but before that, let me just give you a brief overview of what the policy changes were. So in this table, I'm going to give the year that the policy was introduced. In Minneapolis, the policy was introduced in 2017, and in St. Paul, it was announced in 2018, and the ordinance was adopted in that year. The implementation of these policies began in different years. Now, these were policies announcements that came in these years, but the implementation phase of the implementation was already in the announcement, so businesses and workers knew what to expect. In Minneapolis, the implementation began very soon after the policy was adopted, and in 2018. Whereas in St. Paul, there were 2 years between when it was announced and when it was actually implemented. So the implementation in St. Paul began in 2020. We're going to look at the period 2018 and 2021 of what are the effects over this period. And just to give you a sense of in this period, what was the increase in the minimum wage, we find that in the average change in minimum wage was 50% in Minneapolis by the end of 2021 and 29% in St. Paul. The effects that we're going to examine is how did these changes affect the labor market outcomes of hourly wages, total jobs, hours worked, and worker earnings. What is new? This question has been looked at quite a lot in the last few decades, starting with Card and Kruger's seminal work. what is the context that we're bringing into this? First, the minimum wage changes were very large, as I showed you. So by 2021, it was already large. And just to give you an example, just to give you an idea of when it reaches 15, in St. Paul, it reaches $15 for all workers by 2027. So it's a long phase-in. And already we see big changes in 2021. Again, in 2 years into this study and also into the implementation of these policies, we see a large recession. So we're going to address that and also try to control for that. Second, data. That's something new. We're using administrative data, which other people have used as well before. But I'll explain in a few slides. This specific Minnesota data allows us to look at various aspects, especially with respect to citywide minimum wages, which other data sets cannot look at across the United States. Also, we have detailed geography. We have zip code level data for all the establishments and workers, so we can really use very fine geographical analysis. The third is timing of the policy. As I mentioned, St. Paul introduced its policy in 2018, but did not implement it 2020. So we can see what are the effects of these announcements or advance notice. Are businesses reacting to the announcement itself even before the policy is implemented? And four is the methods. We use various methods also because we have this pandemic in between in our study period. We try to get at both what do we learn from it, and if we control for it, what can we say about the effects of the minimum wage? Precisely, we use four methods. The first two are time series analysis, which compares units across geographies. So in the first case, we'll take Minneapolis and St. Paul zip codes and compare them to zip codes outside of the Twin Cities, but within Minnesota. The second analysis uses the city itself and compares it to other cities in the United States. The second methodology is the cross-section, where we compare establishments and workers within geography. So more precisely, we'll do it within zip codes in Minneapolis and in St. Paul. And what type of variation do we use? We look at variation in terms of how exposed to minimum wage policy were these establishments and these workers. And I'll define what exposure means in a few slides. Before I get into what we do and what we find, let me give you a brief overview of the finding. The first result is that average effect of the increase in minimum wages in Minneapolis and St. Paul were that there was an increase in hourly wages on average by 0.7% in Minneapolis and 0.5% in St. Paul. Jobs, hours worked, and earnings declined. Jobs declined by 1.7% in Minneapolis and 2.2% in St. Paul. Hours worked and earnings had similar magnitudes. Now, this was averages. We'll show you today that there were larger effects that we see in some sectors, so specifically restaurants and retails had higher effects, both in terms of wage gains and also employment and hours losses. Second, in addition to the sectoral differences, we see that there were differences across establishments and workers. Those were establishments which were more exposed, which means that the cost of labor increased much more compared to others, saw larger changes as well. And similarly for workers, more exposed workers saw larger effects in hours and wages. The third takeaway from our paper and what we're going to show you results for is that we see evidence of anticipation in St. Paul. So we see the effects starting to come in even after the announcement before the implementation took place. So with that, let me go into the details of policy and data. So in this table, I'm showing you the path which was announced in 2017 and 2018 in Minneapolis and St. Paul. As you can see, the phased implementation was over a long period of time. What I've highlighted here, these are the implementations that took place in our period of study, and these are the implementations that some have already happened, but we haven't looked at that data yet. Given this phased implementation, how do we think about treatment in this scenario? So we're going to treat Minneapolis with a minimum wage increase after 2018 and see what pans out and what are the effects on the labor market beyond that time period. We also treat St. Paul in 2018 because, as we mentioned, that St. Paul had already committed to this policy when Minneapolis ordinance passed, and it itself soon passed the ordinance. So we're going to look at both of the treatments starting in 2018 and look at what happens over time. And as I mentioned, whatever we see in St. Paul, we'll try to see, is it consistent with anticipation effect? And what would an anticipation effect predict? It would say workers, firms who are, they see minimum wage changing coming over time, might adjust their labor and hours worked of their workers. But if they don't have to increase their wages, maybe we don't see wages increase, and that's kind of the hypothesis we'll be testing. Data, as I mentioned, we have access to administrative data. In this particular talk, we're going to look at analysis using two merged data sets between 2001 quarter 1 to 2021 quarter 4. And these data sets come from Department of Employment and Economic Development. The first data set comes from unemployment insurance wage detail reports. And these contain information at the worker level on their quarterly earnings, as well as their hours for each establishment that they work in. The second is the quarterly census of employment and wages, which gives us detailed information about the establishment itself. So it tells us what is the zip code and the city in which the establishment is operating. It tells us the industry up to the 6-digit NAICS code, and also tells us which is the parent firm. So we can really study multiple establishments in our analysis. As I mentioned, we have many advantages of this data that we're bringing to this study. The first is hours worked. So we have administrative data on total hours worked, which is Minnesota is only one of 4 states in the entire country which have administrative data on hours worked. Second, the thing that we bring is that we can study multiple establishment firms across city borders in our analysis. And I mentioned Minnesota is the one of 4 which has hours, but it's only the only state in the country where worker earnings hours are recorded at the establishment level, not at the firm level. Why might this be important? It's important especially for a citywide minimum wage study, because suppose there's a McDonald's in Minneapolis owned by the same franchise as a McDonald's outside of Minneapolis. Many of us are from here, so Edina say. So a firm, when it reacts to this increase in labor costs, could have adjustments across establishments. And if we only see worker level data at the firm level, we don't know if the workers working in Minneapolis or in Edina. If you want to know the effect of a citywide minimum wage, we need to know this difference. And so this is the only data set in the country, administrative data set, surveys exist, which can give us this information. And it's very important for the analysis of a citywide minimum wage increase. The third, we leverage the zip code level data, which I mentioned in our analysis, and we'll show you how we do that. It gives us more variation and more precision in our estimates. So let me start with the first approach, which is the time series, where we compare across geographies. So suppose we have an outcome, Y, where we observe in the treated unit in period T. And suppose that the policy didn't exist, what would have been the outcome? So the counterfactual outcome we denote by Y0 IT. So the idea of the minimum wage analysis is comparing what happened, what we observe, and what would have happened in absence of the policy adoption. So the average treatment effect would be the average difference between what you observe and the counterfactual. Now we don't observe the counterfactual, so we need to construct a control group, right? And how do we do that? One could just take Minneapolis and compare it to other cities in Minnesota using our data. And if you just take the average across other cities, we might get a figure like this for a hypothetical jobs trend. So here, what we see that Minneapolis is one in black and Minnesota in blue. Here, they have different trends. Okay? So it's steeper for Minnesota, and throughout if you just look at the pre-policy period, you would find that it's flatter for Minneapolis. Now, doing this analysis where you just compare pre and post policy change would give you a change where this might be growing faster and this will be slower, and then you might just look at the difference and attribute it to minimum wage. But we know if the trends are different, then part of the reason why they could be different is because they're trending in different ways. Right? So we need to control for this and just look at what happens, just taking parallel trends in the pre-period and making sure the only change and the only difference in these series is the change in minimum wage policy in Minneapolis and no change in the control group. So what do? We construct a synthetic control and use synthetic control method. How does this method work? So the first step of this method is that you get weights, or get a vector of weights across these cities or zip codes in Minneapolis. So take Minneapolis, or average of the zip codes in Minneapolis, and say, let's take all the zip codes in Minnesota and let's weight each of them. How do we weight them? We weight them so that the pre-treatment trend in outcomes for Minneapolis looks exactly like the pre-treatment trend in outcomes for the non-treated groups, which are the zip codes or cities outside of Minneapolis and St. Paul, but within Minnesota. Graphically, the synthetic control can be depicted by this orange line. So here you see the synthetic control follows the pre-trend of Minneapolis very closely. So anything that happens after 2018, which is the vertical policy line, we can attribute to the change in minimum wage. And then once we have these weights and have constructed these synthetic control, that's exactly what we do. Look at the change before and after and see what the policy effects are. What do we find? So in the next few slides, I'm going to present a table like this, where I'm going to give, we do this exercise sector by sector. We look at low wage sectors. I'm only giving you some low wage sectors here. We have more in the paper. But I'm going to give you our estimates, which are going to be in percentage changes for wage, jobs, hours, and earnings. So here are our results for Minneapolis. And what we find overall is that effects are larger in some low wage sectors, and we don't really find anything in some. So take retail trade, which is the first row. We see a wage gain of about 10%, but job losses, hours, and earning declines, and job losses are about 28%. Healthcare sector is a large sector in Minneapolis with employment around 17%. At least 30% of the workers were earning below $15 in 2017, so it was a large exposure. But because it's so varied, we see that on average, we don't see any effect in this sector in any of these outcomes. Food and accommodation, we find job losses, hours, and earnings. And here I'm presenting estimates for full service and limited service restaurants with our industries within this sector. And they're largely studied in the literature, but also in our context, they're the most exposed. For example, in limited service restaurants, 80% of workers were earning below $15 in 2017 in both Minneapolis and St. Paul. Yes, David?
Can you just tell us what years this covers, and if you have it year by year?
Yes, sorry. 2021. So this is estimates for 2021.
Okay. Only.
Yes. Right now I'm just showing you estimates for 2021. Battery low. Okay.
So you're finding that the employment effect is greater in full-service restaurants, even though the minimum wage increase on wages is smaller in full service.
Yep, that's what we're finding. All right, so that was Minneapolis. So in St. Paul, we find very similar results. In retail and accommodation, again, we find large and significant gains. In health sector, the estimates are not statistically significant. Yes, Paul?
Anusha, are those p-values multiplied by 100? I usually think of p-values as between 0 and 1.
They are.
Okay.
They are.
Right, thanks.
Yeah, thanks for clarifying. And so the patterns look very similar in Minneapolis and St. Paul. And these are the effects, again, for 2021. Now here in these graphs, what I'm presenting you are time-varying effects. So what I presented in the earlier slides were effect in 2021. Now we want to see how these have changed over time. So this is Minneapolis restaurants. I'm showing in the first sort of column or the first panel the full-service restaurant wages and jobs, and limited service and wages and jobs in the second column panel. So what we observe here is that wages started increasing soon after the minimum wage policy was implemented. Now, what are these other gray lines? So these gray lines are placebo effects from other cities. So we know that in zip codes outside of Minneapolis and St. Paul, there was no policy change. But if we say, okay, what would you get if we have the synthetic control for those cities? What would that, give us? And so all of these effects, because we know that they're not facing any policy change, are random noise. So here, our thick lines, which is the Minneapolis time series, is above this random noise, so we can conclude that these are statistically significant effects, starting in wages from 2018. In the jobs, for full-service restaurants, we see that there are some time periods in which the effects are significant, but in full service, we start seeing acceleration during the pandemic and some recovery. In the limited service restaurants, we see that the jobs were significant effects, had significant effects starting in 2019, actually end of 2018, and then accelerated again in the pandemic. But we see that with wages and jobs, and in the paper we show hours and earnings, and largely we find that you start seeing effects before the pandemic. This is for St. Paul. Again, wages in the first panel, and then jobs. What we see is that in St. Paul, we don't really see wages go up till after the implementation. So there's no significant effect of wages till after the implementation, which was 2020. But we do see jobs declining right after 2018 when the policy was announced. So here, as you can see at the bottom panel, jobs in the full service restaurants, they start declining, and this is way below all the random noise that we see in the placebo cities. And we find that it had started declining. The decline accelerated in the COVID era, but it bounced back. And so this is on trend with what started way before the pandemic and way before the policy was actually implemented. Again, in the limited service, we see the acceleration started before the pandemic again and before the implementation, and it continued to grow throughout, a little bit different from what we see in the full service. So overall, because we don't really see any wage effects till after the implementation, and the fact that we start seeing job effects right after the announcement is what was consistent with the anticipation effects. Businesses don't have to increase wages because the law hasn't gone into effect, but they start seeing the fact that they have to reach $15 in some time, so they start adjusting in advance, and that's kind of what we find. Now, we might think that comparing Minneapolis to cities or zip codes outside of the Twin Cities but within Minnesota might be challenging because the pandemic was very atypical, and we saw some accelerations, as I showed you, in 2020. So how do we think about these different sensitivities of these cities or these treatment units with respect to these pandemic shocks? And specifically, if you take the example of lockdowns in the restaurants, they could have been different and were somewhat different compared to other cities in Minnesota. So what we do now is take Minneapolis and St. Paul and compare them to other US cities within other US cities, and with so that and the cities we consider as our control group or as a donor to control group in our synthetic control method are ones which were also dense. They also had similar lockdowns, and then they also had other similar nationwide changes that was affecting Minneapolis and St. Paul. So we do the same analysis. We do a synthetic control method, but at the city level now, and we compare Minneapolis to other cities and St. Paul to other cities. Here is what we get when we do that. We don't really have wage data, which is comparable to our administrative data. So we're presenting to you the job effects that we can compare meaningfully to our other approach that I just showed you. So here again, food and accommodation and the restaurant sub-industries show similar effects. We don't really see in retail anything in Minneapolis when we do this comparison to other cities. And we saw significant effects in retail in St. Paul, but not others. Now let me show you the time-varying effects again. Here we have what I was showing you in the previous slide were again 2021 changes. But in this graph, I'm going to include the 2022 data. because this is publicly available, and then we were able to update it. Here you can see the recovery much more drastically. So again, this is full-service restaurant in Minneapolis, in St. Paul, and the bottom panel is the limited services. In all these graphs, what you see is that, that's change. There was slight change that started happening in some industries more than others. So for example, in St. Paul, you started seeing more steeper decline than some of the full-service declines. But then you see an acceleration during the COVID and a bounce back to trend in most of these cases. So you see the decline in jobs starting before the pandemic, accelerated during, and then in the recovery period, you see the effects going back. So these dips are what we interpret as interaction of the minimum wage with the recessionary environment. Now I'm going to present to you our results from the cross-sectional analysis I mentioned, where we look at variation across establishments and across workers. One of the challenges in interpreting the time series results is that there were other changes in Minneapolis and St. Paul that were happening contemporaneous with minimum wage increase, which from the city analysis, we're able to control pandemic, but maybe we're not able to fully control the effects of the civil unrest following the murder of George Floyd. We do some sensitivity checks in the paper, but what I'm going to show you is that let's sort of look at within sector and within zip codes, within a geography. Let's look at across establishment and across workers rather than comparing the city to other cities. The only difference in our establishments and sort of workers is going to be the exposure to minimum wage. And let me explain this methodology through a graphical example. So suppose we have two restaurants. In this hypothetical map, this square is a zip code. Here we have two restaurants, restaurant A and restaurant B. They're in the same zip code. In fact, in this example, they're across the road from each other. Both restaurant A and B hire 5 workers. And let's say before the policy change, the restaurant A was paying $7.5 to each of those workers. And in restaurant B, they were paying more than $15 to each of these workers. So what does exposure mean in this case? A firm is exposed to the minimum wage if its labor costs are increasing. How are the labor costs increasing here? So in restaurant A, if the minimum wage policy is announced that it's going to reach $15, so the target policy is $15. So here, in this restaurant A, the business has to increase the wages of all its workers to 15, and the share of the wage bill it's going to go up by 100%, because everybody has to be paid double to reach that 15 target. In restaurant B, everybody was paid, all the workers were already paid at least $15, so it's not directly exposed by minimum wage, because they don't have to change their labor cost to adhere to the new policy. So that's kind of the variation we're going to pick up in the next two analyses that I'm going to show you. It's basically looking at restaurants within the same establishments, because it's across sectors as well, within the same zip code and the same sector. Now, how does this take care of pandemic, and how does it take care of civil unrest? They both are restaurants in this example. They're both in the same sector. They're in the same zip code. So any policy changes at the city level are going to affect these establishments the same way. So we can difference out the effect of the pandemic. They're in the same zip code. In this example, they're on the same street. Any civil unrest that happens in this neighborhood is going to affect them in a similar way. So we're going to difference out the effects of civil unrest as well. Similarly, any other shocks that you might think of could be differenced out in the fixed effect model that we use, which is corresponding to this example. So that's basically the cross-sectional analysis. Now, I'm going to present to you in the next slide the results from Minneapolis and St. Paul, and what the interpretation of those results are going to be, or every coefficient that I show you is going to be what happens, what are the changes in outcomes, labor market outcomes like hours and jobs, when we compare restaurants like B, which have no labor cost change, to restaurants like A, where it's about 100%. So the wage gap doubles. That's going to be the interpretation of the coefficients. And of course, that's at a general level. This was just illustrative. So what do we find? So these are estimates for Minneapolis. We find that in 2018, the wages went up by 11.5%, which was similar to what some of the wage gains we saw in the time series. And they increased to 15.1% in 2020, and 2021, we see a wage increase of 14.7%. Again, this is relative to most exposed and no exposed. Jobs decline. The job decline was 11.1% in 2018, 15.8% in 2019, and then it's pretty stable. So one thing to note is that these estimates are very stable across time. In the time series, I showed you that there was an interaction effect. Here we don't, because we've differenced out the effects of civil unrest and differenced out the effects of pandemic. Similarly, for hours, we see pretty stable declines and earnings as well. This was Minneapolis. Let's look at St. Paul. We don't really see any wage changes in St. Paul till 2021. So everything highlighted in blue are the statistically significant by now you've seen. For jobs decline, hours decline start in 2018, and earnings as well. By the time you reach 2021, the magnitude of wage increase and job increase are similar, so we don't really see anything on earnings anymore. Now notice that you don't see wage changes till after the implementation in wages, and you start seeing declines in jobs and hours straight away in 2018. This again is consistent with the anticipation effect of a policy announcement even before the policy is actually implemented. Let me now show you in the next two slides event series where we show what happens afterwards, some of these plotting these coefficients, but also seeing what we have before the policy change, just to make sure it's not just some trend we're capturing. So the first panel is wages, jobs, and then hours and earnings. What we see is these are estimates and confidence intervals. So most of these contain, the confidence intervals contain 0, which means we cannot distinguish these estimates from 0. So we don't really see any wage trend, pre-trend for wages, similarly for jobs, hours, and earnings. But again, graphically, we see an increase in wages right after the policy is announced, decline in jobs, hours, and earnings. St. Paul, similarly, we don't really see any pre-trends. Again, here, we don't see wage changes till after the policy is implemented, consistent with what I just showed you in terms of the estimates in anticipation effects. But we see significant declines in jobs, hours, and earnings. So previous slides that I showed you contain these effects of when we compare cross establishments. Now, how can we use these establishment estimates to say something about the workers? Well, it may not be very informative. Why? Because suppose there's reallocation of labor from one establishment to the other. And as I mentioned, that we'll be comparing what happens in establishments where labor costs go up a lot compared to no change in labor cost. If workers are moving from low to high establishments, we might pick up that effect, and it may not be the effect of the exposure to the minimum wage. And so, for example, Target hiring all the retail workers from other businesses. So what we do to take this into account is repeat the analysis at the worker level. So we say, let's take a worker and see if they work in differentially exposed firms, what happens to their outcomes over time. Since we're doing it at the worker level, we're able to see hours, wages, and earnings, not jobs, because we're tracking workers over time. In this analysis, we allow workers to go out of the city boundaries because we really want to see what are their changes. Maybe they leave the city. If they lose their job, they could go to another city and find another job. So in an establishment regression, we'll say jobs lost. But for the worker, we're able to see what's happening to them. So in the interest of time, I'll not go into details, but we find very similar results in hours, wages, and earnings when we do this analysis. For example, in Minneapolis, we see wages increase 13.6% and hours decline by 14%, which are very similar to what we had at the establishment level. Now, I've shown you results from very different approaches, very different comparison groups. Now we want to know how do these sort of come together and what do they tell us. So let me just pick one outcome, jobs. What I'm presenting in this table are, again, 2021 estimates in percentage changes. The first column is time series estimates, and then the second is cross-section estimates. We're going to give you the average effect and the largest effect. In time series, average effect is basically averaging across all sectors. The largest effect is, let's take the industry where the effects were larger, which is restaurants in our case. And in cross-section, average is again, so I showed you the estimates when you compare when labor costs go up by 100% with respect to no change in labor cost. We scale it by the average gap or the average exposure in the economy, which is about 6%, which means that on average, businesses have 6% increase in labor cost. And we scale those estimates by that, and that's the numbers you see here. So looking at these together, we see that time series estimates are typically larger than cross-section estimates, although they all move in similar directions. So we want to try and rationalize why do we see these effects differentially. So there could be various reasons. So time series estimates in their analysis by design include these three changes. So first, in time series, we're able to see entry and exit, especially entry of new units. In the cross-section, we take a firm and see them over time. So we're fixing the firm, so we don't allow for new firms in our analysis. And so in the time series, that is included. So that's one of the reasons. And if the new firms are more sensitive to minimum wage changes, that'll give us larger effects in the time series. The second could be other potential shocks contemporaneous with the minimum wage. As we mentioned, that one of the things we do is, we take into account pandemic by looking at Minneapolis and comparing to them other cities in the US. But the civil unrest might be one thing that we're not able to get at, although we've been doing real robustness checks by looking at protest data, and we see that it makes less, not much difference. But just conceptually, for conceptual reasons, we want to look at cross-section as well. And the third reason could be just industry equilibrium effects that affect the average unit. For example, wage spillover. Again, as I mentioned in the cross-section, we look at workers, establishments which are highly exposed to ones not exposed. Those are the direct effects. But it could be that workers, even in the non-exposed establishments, see higher wages because of the minimum wage. And that we're not capturing in the estimates we showed you. But that is included in the time series analysis. Now, cross-section doesn't have any of these three, as I just explained. But in the paper, we show, through a lens of a small model, that one seems to be seems to play a big role in explaining these differences. Now, this graph gives us a comparison of our restaurant estimates, which in the previous slide I showed is where we see the highest effects or the largest effects. So where are we in this graph? Here. So here's our cross-section results. These are elasticities. So basically, we're taking these are minimum wage elasticities. So what is the percentage change in employment due to 1% increase in minimum wage? And we find that in cross-section it's 0.4, and in time series it's close to 0.8. Now, there are some papers, like Evan and McPherson, who are looking in California, which find bigger effects than our cross-section, but smaller than our time series. But our cross-section results have other papers which find similar elasticities, so it's not an outlier in the literature, but it's definitely larger. Why might we think that we find larger effects than what we see in the literature? It's a combination of three things. First is the size of the minimum wage change. Now, as I showed you, till 2021, we already had a 50% change, but the average or the average minimum wage in 2017 before the policy was $8.6 and it was increased to 15. Small firms, the minimum wage was 7.75, so it's almost doubling for majority for all of the small firms. And so are these big? So Jeffrey Clemens and Strain, so Jeffrey Clemens is going to present his work tomorrow, find that elasticity in large increases is about 0.5 in large changes compared to small. The 50% increase in Minneapolis is much greater than what he calls large changes. In the paper, they call large changes anything that's greater than 20%. So the policy change is large. But just because it's large may not be may not give you these results. What's also important are these other two factors. The second one being how much were the workers exposed? And we find in our context, large fraction of workers were exposed to the minimum wage policy change. So for example, in limited service restaurants, both in Minneapolis and in St. Paul, 80% of the workers were earning below $15, and the median wage was 11. So there's a huge chunk of workers who are directly exposed, and businesses who hire these workers, their costs go up a lot. Okay. Now, if the minimum wage change was large, but everybody was earning about 14 or 13 and a half before the policy change, then you might still not find big effects, even if you have a large change. So what's important is a combination of the two. And the third is that it's a citywide change. So there have been some other wide changes in the country at the state level. And here we look at city level, which is, again, taking these first two into account, also have a role to play. So again, just to kind of give you a repeat of what we find overall, we find that average effect of increase in minimum wage, it led to increase in hourly wages, decline in jobs, hours worked, and earnings. But we also see that these are the average numbers, but we saw that there are larger effects, which we find in sectors which are more exposed, so restaurants and retail, establishments that are more exposed, where there's higher increase in cost of labor, and also workers who are more exposed. And we also showed you evidence for anticipation effects in St. Paul. And with that, I'm done. I'm happy to take questions. Dave. Thanks.
For those who don't know me, I'm Michael Reich from Berkeley. This is a really interesting paper, and it does break a lot of ground with the way you use the data and some of the techniques. However, I'm still skeptical. Your study period starts with the Minneapolis minimum wages, but Minnesota increased its minimum wages substantially in the years before. And so you could actually look at those increases, and in some of your figures, as I read them, the appendix ones, there's no decrease in employment in the years when Minnesota's wage went up at least in Minneapolis. There's no decrease in employment in restaurants, particularly limited service restaurants, in the two minimum wage increases in 2018, nor in 2019, and there's an increase in employment in 2021 when we have the recovery. So what you're showing us is mainly the average effect, which I think is dominated by the pandemic. Maybe since this is a 10-year project, 5 years from now, the pandemic effects will be smaller. But I just wonder how well you can or have corrected the pandemic. And I know you're still working on that, so I'm really eager to see how that's going.
Sure, thanks for the question. So let me talk about the latter part of your question. So in the time series, so we do see effects starting pre-pandemic, both in cross-section and in time series. In cross-section, as I showed you, the estimates are very stable over time, which means that we are able to correct for civil unrest and pandemic in the cross-section very well. In the time series, I agree. We also saw that there was a dip in the time series, and we acknowledge that could be interaction of both the minimum wage and the recessionary environment. But the cross-section analysis shows stable results, started way before the pandemic, and so we think we were able to capture that. In the time series, however, of course, we can make it improve the methods. We can control for the pandemic directly. We've been looking at civil unrest data, which we've been able to gather, and we're also in the process of gathering more data on the pandemic restrictions and so on itself, and we'll be able to use that in the future. But the cross-section methods already tell you that the stability of the estimates over time tell us that we're able to capture that. The state level, great question. Again, in the cross-section, we're able to difference it out, but we can look a little bit more about what the state level policy tells us. Thank you.
So let me just follow up on that a little bit. I think I was sort of watching that all these tables and figures unfold, and there's a lot of them. Just like as a marketing thing, I think you sort of shoot yourself in the foot a little bit by highlighting those tables, which were the 2021 results. And one could easily say, okay, yes, you can try to control for civil unrest, but nothing was the same anywhere during the pandemic, and just the noise with respect to the minimum wage and the data is so pronounced. But I personally think you should present this and really focus on the results up to last quarter 2019 or first quarter 2020, whatever, wherever you can cut the data, because you do have significant results through there, and then things sort of go wild. But you sort of don't see that. The tables were late. And the figures, we were talking, we're kind of looking at the dark lines and looking at the placebos and trying to count them to figure out what the p-value is, but of course you can't do that visually. But you could just kind of shade the dark line, like when it's significant and when it's not, and see that a lot more clearly. I think the establishment stuff is great. I think that's good. I do think you want to pay a little attention. In your study, I was just checking, there's no tip wages in Minnesota ever for this period, so that's great. And that implies no obvious difference between limited and full service. Mm-hmm. But the comparison to other studies, many of them are not very careful in talking about tip minimum wages and whether they matter or not. And I have a JPAM paper with Mason Yen where we actually show tip minimum wages seem to be really important in the full service relative to the limited service sector. So I just think in terms of drawing those comparisons, it's worth kind of maybe highlighting where this is or isn't potentially an issue.
Great suggestions. Thank you, David.
Thanks very much. Very, very interesting paper. On the cross sections, so you talk about the stability, and you see it in St. Paul as well. And I don't know whether or not that's a good thing, or at least a convincing thing. So I wanted to ask about these anticipation effects. You see these effects 3 years before the wage increase goes into place.
2 years.
Or 2 years before. And so in the limited service restaurant industry, I understand there to be kind of very quick hiring decisions. It doesn't seem very hard to fire people, hard to change jobs. And so I was wondering if you could point or kind of explain, why we would see this 2 years ahead of time, and if there's any other like survey evidence or some type of evidence that perhaps could back up the idea that they are making these changes because of the minimum wage.
Sure. So one way of thinking about the results that we have and sort of interpreting it in that way is the businesses know that this is in long term going to reach a certain stage. And then one of the things that it could be going on is that they're already starting to adjust the capital labor substitution that we typically observe in longer term adjustments. And some of these just could be, let's start doing that because we have to do that eventually anyways. Now, how much of that is happening, we'll be able to quantify when we look at the tax records that we plan to do in the future. But that could be one example of why they start adjusting right away rather than, so the labor substitution could be very quick, but if they're thinking of, hey, this is coming, this is big, I need to do something about it, that's one of the margins they can start adjusting on. Paul.
I have two comments. One is very simple. Why do you call the first ones time series estimates rather than panel data estimates? I just think that's panel data what you're doing. But the more substantive one is when you're looking at the synthetic controls within zip codes in Minnesota, it seems that the zip codes that are really like the suburbs right around Minneapolis and St. Paul, they could be affected by the policy. Like, if the wages go up in Minneapolis, and a suburb next door may have to match those, or maybe there's going to be more unemployment and they can get an increase in the labor force. So maybe a way to do a Rustis check is to not include nearby suburbs, when you're doing the synthetic controls.
Yep, and we've done that. It's in the paper. So we take into account this exactly the same thing. And what you're highlighting is that we might be double counting if you don't do that. But we find that when you remove the suburbs, we find very similar estimates. So it's not the spillover from Minneapolis to neighboring cities that was driving the estimates. So one last question, then I'm done. Michael.
Your cross-sectional. Thank you for the mic. Yeah. Your cross-sectional approach, as you explained very clearly, looks at the difference in the gaps between the actual wage and the new minimum wage standard. And yeah, I think you have to be careful to make sure that there aren't other heterogeneities between those lower wage restaurants in the same zip code and the higher wage ones. They may be about to go under anyway, and a negative shock just pushes them that way. They may have less plywood that they can buy to board up their windows. They may have less security. Those are all things that I would suggest you
Yes.
try to find a way to look at.
So that's a great point. Actually, what we do, which I didn't mention here, is to take into account the initial dynamics. So some dynamics could be affecting some of how, the firms are reacting to the minimum wage, or how, the estimates that we see could be picking up that. So we control for the initial dynamics to get at some of those exact questions that you're thinking of and exact phenomena you're thinking of. And so the results I presented to you actually control for that initial dynamics and other dynamics that could be going on top of the impacts of the minimum wage. So I'm out of time. We have 2 minutes if somebody wants to quickly go out and come back. We have Jacob Victor, who will be presenting his work next. Thank you. Thanks for all the comments and suggestions.
analysts on
Yeah.
the team.
Nice to meet
Thanks
you.
for coming.
You bet. Thanks for having me. Should I just start?
Yeah.
All right. I hope you all enjoyed your quote-unquote 2-minute break there. My name's Jake Vigdor. I am a professor at the University of Washington in Seattle. It's great to be here today. My talk is titled High Frequency Labor Demand Fluctuations in the Minimum Wage. And this talk is going to start out with, we're going to talk about some micro foundations here. We're going to talk about French fries. And one of the things I have to tell you is that my presentation has some fancy animations in it, but the animations are not working. So I'm just going to be giving away the store every time I give you a new slide. You're going to see everything. And so I was going to tell you this story about how French fries are made and sort of animate it, but we're going to just do the Reader's Digest version. And so, okay. So this is a story about Dick's Drive-In in Seattle, Washington. If you've ever been to Seattle, it's a nice place to get a burger and fries. This is a picture of Bill Gates standing in line at Dick's Drive-In. So you see, it brings the people together. It's a restaurant for everyone from the person with $5 in their pocket to a billionaire. The way that they make French fries at Dick's Drive-In is they start with potatoes, like raw Washington potatoes. Washington is a leading producer of potatoes, particularly the type of potatoes that are used for French fries. And then you take an employee. This is my son. My son worked at Dick's Drive-In last summer, and he taught me a lot about the French fry production process, and I'm conveying this information to you now. So what you have to do, so in a given shift, Nate would go work for about 8 hours. He'd turn about 150 pounds of potatoes into French fries. And so what you do is you got to slice the potatoes, and sometimes you see, if you've been to an In-N-Out in California, it's very similar. You take a potato, you sort of ram it through a little thing, and it slices it into things that look like French fries. Then you quote-unquote blanch the potatoes, which is really just frying them the first time. If you blanch vegetables at home, you probably use water. This uses oil, okay? So then you fry them once, and then you fry them again. And then you sprinkle them with salt, and you put them in a paper sack, and you sell them. These days at Dick's Drive-In, a sack of fries will cost you somewhere between $2 and $3. So it is a labor-intensive process, and there's this other issue with it, and this is the headline that was supposed to pop up last. Okay, Washington potato shortage. You may not know this, but potatoes are a seasonal crop. And so when my son was working there, they had this issue, which is that they were waiting for the new crop of potatoes to come in, and they were working with some low-quality, last drag potatoes. And it got front page news in the Seattle Times, and it was really bad for business. Okay, your employer gets this big front page story that says the fries are no good, and then nobody comes to the restaurant anymore. So there are a couple of issues with this method of making French fries. It's labor intensive, and also there's quality control because you're dealing with a seasonal crop, which is potatoes. Now there is another method of making French fries, and it is more the McDonald's method. So what you do is your French fry production is largely off-site. It is in a location that's close to where they grow the potatoes. You don't use a human being to slice the potatoes. You move the potatoes with these jets of water and sort of shoot them through like a cutting machine. You blanch them in mass quantity, and then you freeze them when they're half fried. And so you sort of deliver the frozen potatoes to the restaurant, and what happens in the restaurant is the second frying, the sprinkling with salt, and the paper sack. So this is a less labor-intensive process. It's more capital-intensive. And also it can deal with some of these quality control issues because basically you just go through this first part of the process when the potatoes are fresh. And then you've got this supply of frozen potatoes year-round. So I'm going through this because, so the question of which procedure do you want to use to make your French fries is going to be a function of several variables, including the cost of labor. My son, if we go back here, he got a job at Dick's Drive-In working last summer, I think he started about $19, $20 an hour, which is slightly above Seattle's minimum wage, which is currently about $18.69 an hour. Dick's Drive-In is known. They offer health insurance. It has a reputation of being a good employer. He applied for one job and he got it, and that's just sort of a testament to the strength of the Seattle labor market these days. But when we think about this as a general proposition, we would imagine that this decision would be sensitive to labor costs. And so there's a puzzle that I want to talk about today, and you got a little sense of it in the last talk, that there's this what is called or referred to as a consensus view of the elasticity of labor with respect to the minimum wage. That it's super small. It's about as an elasticity, it's on the same order of magnitude as the price elasticity of demand for salt, right? So salt being something that there's not really a good substitute for it. And since it's not a very large share of your expenses, if the price of salt doubles, you just go ahead and buy the same amount of salt anyway. But labor is a big deal. So in the restaurant industry, labor costs are somewhere around 1/3 of total production costs. And there are substitutes for labor. So you can substitute a labor-intensive process for a capital-intensive process, like in the French fry example. The other thing that you can do, and this is something that in the work that my team did in Seattle, there are lots of situations where you can economize on labor by allocating tasks to customers instead of employees. Okay, so who is going, if you go to a restaurant and order at the counter, who's going to deliver the food from the counter to the table? Is it an employee who runs the food out, or is it the customer who gets called out and comes back to the counter to retrieve their food? So what I'm going to argue is that what this paper is really going to do is it's going to look back at the literature, and I'm going to make an argument to you that the elasticity estimates that you just saw are maybe not so crazy, even if we think that there is this consensus view that the literature has pointed to about 0.1 or minus 0.1. So the first thing to consider is that a lot of the studies are analyzing samples where not all workers are in the minimum, and so these are sort of reduced form parameters. They're like intent to treat effects. So we want to scale them up to get to more structural labor demand elasticities. I'm going to show you a model that suggests that a lot of the effects, we would expect them to exist on the intensive margin. That is, you might not change the number of workers on payroll all that much, but you might cut back their hours. That's the pattern that we saw in Seattle. And the other thing that I'm going to talk about, there are a couple more things. So there's some data quality issues. If you think that hours are important, most of the studies in the literature that have looked at hours have looked at self-reported hours. And there's some measurement error problems with those, and I'll talk about that. The other thing to mention is that a lot of these estimates that are very small are also not very precisely estimated. So when you try to scale them up by the first stage coefficient, by what is the effective minimum wage on wages, you can end up with some fairly large numbers as structural elasticities that are still not statistically significant. Okay, this is probably the version of what happens in a labor market with a minimum wage that you have seen before. I'm going to show you a different kind of model. What this graph is missing is any notion of time. Okay, like labor is not the units in which we measure labor is not really defined. The wage we usually think of per hour. So forget about this. Let's talk about a different model. Okay, so let's talk about a model that would apply to the service sector. What do they do in the service sector? You sell something, it can't really be stored. You need to produce and deliver it in real time. Those French fries can sit under a warming lamp for a certain amount of time, but you can't produce French fries today to deliver to a customer on Friday. Okay. Demand's going to fluctuate over short time periods, that is from hour to hour. So if you think about your typical restaurant, your typical retail establishment, this is a phenomenon that one worker over their shift is going to see some peak periods and some slack periods. I'm going to talk about a model where a firm charges a uniform price and writes labor contracts with the uniform wage. Now, of course, there can be exceptions to this in the real world. Firms do vary their prices. That's what happy hour is all about, trying to get you to consume at an hour of slack demand. There are also, if you think about a labor contract with tipping, that is basically saying, okay, we're going to give you a wage that's going to vary according to how busy we are. But let's just abstract from that. Let's say that we have this simplified situation. And the other thing that I'm going to incorporate into this model is a sense that there are economies of scale in production. That is, you reach a certain scale, and then you can have one person be the French fry person who does 150 pounds of French fries in a single shift. And they don't have to run back and forth to the cash register and to the grill and to all of the parts of the restaurant. The specialization allows you to be more efficient in production. So a firm in this context is going to make a basic decision, okay, at a time t, what is our staffing level? What is the number of people that we want working for this particular hour, whatever period of time we're talking about? And so I'm going to define the maximum output that the firm can attain as a function of your labor as S. And that's going to be increasing in convex, and that's just because of this economies of scale in production. The wage bill for that time period is going to be little w. That's going to be the hourly wage times the amount of labor that you employ. And so what I'm going to show you is that I'm going to have a simple scenario where your demand is perfectly forecastable. So you know what your demand is going to be at time t, and so your decision is either to set your staffing level to produce just enough to meet demand, or you shut down and don't operate. And it works a little like this, and this is another one of those things where I was going to show you these various lines one at a time, but it's all right here. So let me explain what's going on here. On the horizontal axis, we're measuring labor in its labor per unit time, call it an hour. And the vertical axis is denominated in dollars. And so you can think of these horizontal lines as measuring, okay, here is the number of customers that you can potentially serve and the amount of money that you'll make by serving them when demand is high, when demand is moderate, and when demand is low. We have these rays that come out from the origin here. These measure your labor costs. So wage times the amount of labor that you're using. And so basically, this curve here is showing, okay, here is the value of what workers produce if you have this many workers. And so when demand is high, your optimal decision here is going to be, okay, I'm going to employ this many workers because that's how many workers it takes to produce this much stuff to satisfy the demand. And my profit net of wage cost is just the vertical distance between the curve and the line. When the demand is moderate, you're still going to operate. You're going to make a little bit less money, but because you're making more than what it costs to pay the workers, you stay in business. When demand is low, okay, that is when, okay, at this point, you're not making money. And so your optimal decision there is not to operate when demand is low, because at that point, the amount it would cost you to pay your workers is more than what you would make by operating in this hour. And so basically, the inside of this model is if the wage cost goes up, it sort of rotates this line. And so what happens is your optimal decision, how much labor you want at the peak period, actually does not change at all. So you want to have the exact same number of people working because that's how many people you need to produce what you want to sell to your customers at this hour. What we see happening is, so how the increase in wage influences this hypothetical firm is that now it's going to switch its operating decision when demand is at the medium level. And it's going to go from operating to not operating. So this would lead the firm to basically cut back its operating hours. And this is one impact that we saw in Seattle when we studied the minimum wage, that there were situations where employers decided to cut back their operating hours. Now, the insight here is that, well, basically, how many workers do you want to have on payroll? Well, the number of workers you have on payroll is basically a function of how many workers do you need when you're at your busiest, which is when demand is at its peak. And so this is a model that leads to the prediction that when the wage goes up, the number of employees that you have on payroll does not change, because when you're as busy as you ever are, you still need the same number of people. But what's going to happen is that those employees are going to lose some of their hours because they're no longer, the business is no longer going to operate during periods of slack demand or moderate demand. Okay, so that's one reason to expect that minimum wage effects would be particularly visible on the hours dimension. Okay, and this is, and you can sort of relax some of the assumptions that I made in this model, and it changes the prediction a little bit, but the basic insight remains the same. Okay, so that's one thing to mention here. There's another issue. So, okay, we talk about maybe hours are an important thing to look at. We don't have a lot of great data sets on hours worked. The data set that has been used in the literature more often than anything else is the current population survey. And so there's this work that's been done recently to look at how good are the hours data. And actually, there's studies going back much earlier than this one, finding something very similar. That basically, if you ask, whoops, let me go back. If you ask people how many hours do you work in the CPS, it's like a huge number of them say 40, and then the other spikes are round numbers. I have lived experience with this. I have been in the CPS. And so I had an interviewer come to my house 8 times, and they would always ask me, how many hours did you work last week? And you know what I always said? 40. And the first time I did this, my wife said to me, you did not work 40 hours last week. And I was like, that's my answer. I'm sticking to it, because that's like the norm. If you actually look at administrative data, so Lachowska, Moss, and Woodbury are looking at Washington State administrative data, which collects hours worked per quarter through the UI system. And they do see a spike right around 40 hours, but you see that this distribution is much more spread out. So it looks as though that a lot of people, when they answer the CPS, they're behaving like me. They're just sort of picking out a round number to report their hours at. And so this leads to this measurement error in hours worked. And so if we think about, well, what is the impact of the measurement error in hours worked in terms of studying the effect of the minimum wage, I actually did a Monte Carlo to try to figure this out. So basically, I made up some data, and I made up a true data generating process that says, okay, I want a log wage coefficient on log hours where the true value is minus 0.1. But what's going to happen is I'm going to have all my respondents round their hours to the nearest 10 for purposes of reporting. So what does it do? So when I actually run a regression on that self-reported data, I'm expecting a coefficient of minus 0.1 because I'm the person who created the data generating process, and that's the truth. But when you have this rounding, you get a coefficient that's minus 0.06. And if we also truncate higher values of this, it gets even lower than that. So basically, the use of self-reported hours data is going to, at least on the basis of this analysis, biases your analysis towards 0. So you're going to, if you use the CPS or any other source of self-reported hours data, it's going to potentially understate the impact of wages on hours. Another thing to say before we actually start talking about what the previous literature has found. So if we think about a 2-equation model where your wage is a function of the minimum wage and then your hours are a function of wage. So I'm going to be reporting the results of empirical studies that typically look at hours as a function of the minimum wage. So it's like a reduced form version of this 2-equation model. And so you can think of the parameter that we're getting out of that as an ITT. And so if we want to think about, well, what is the actual structural demand elasticity of labor, we need to, it's just like converting an ITT to a TOT. So we have to take the equation that we get out of the estimate that we get out of an equation of hours on the minimum wage and divide that by the first stage coefficient, which is the effect of minimum wage on wages. And that gives us something that looks more like a structural labor demand elasticity. And what we're going to find is that there are a lot of studies that do this first stage equation that find a coefficient that's on the order of about 0.1. Okay. And so that suggests that, all right, if you see an estimate that is based on this reduced form equation, you really need to scale that up potentially by a factor of 10. Okay. So as an example, here's one of Michael's papers. So the headline estimate that comes out of this table is the one down here that basically says when we're looking at teens and we're looking at the effect of the minimum wage on their hours worked, and this is using CPS data, 1990 to 2009, estimate is minus 0.032, not statistically significant. So what my argument is here is that you have to look back up here at this 0.149, which is the estimated impact of the minimum wage on wages, and sort of divide the minus 0.032 by that, and you get a minus 0.2 as a structural elasticity. And so when we saw that the consensus elasticity estimate is around minus 0.1, this number would be outside the range. But there's a couple of things to note about even this. Okay, so Allegretto, Dubé, and Reich is one of a minority of studies. I looked at all the studies that were reviewed in a Bellman and Wolfson article in 2019. Most of them don't look at hours. So this is one of the few that do. The source of the hours data is the CPS, and I already told you that there's potentially some concerns with the self-reported CPS data. And also, the study, the regression that we just looked at is looking at log of hours, meaning that if you have 0 hours, you're not in, whoops, here I go again, just messing up which button I'm pushing, okay? So it's hours conditional on employment. So if we just want the pure sort of intensive margin, that gets it. But if there is an impact on the extensive margin, we're not going to pick that up since we're looking at hours conditional on employment. How much larger would the elasticity be if it captured both the intensive and extensive margins? Well, if you look in the literature, there's one very nice table, or one easy to interpret table anyway, that comes from Joe Sabia's work in 2009 that basically does conditional and unconditional in a single table. And not so surprisingly, when you look at, say, unconditional hours elasticities, they tend to be bigger than conditional hours elasticities because some of the loss in hours comes from loss of job. Okay. So the minus 0.2 that we talked about just a moment ago, there's a couple reasons to think that the true structural elasticity might be larger. It's because of the self-reported data. It's because of the conditional rather than unconditional wages. Okay, so now I talked about a couple of studies, but what this article does, it goes back and looks at about 40 different studies, going back to the Wolfson and Bellman review from 2019. There are a couple of cases of studies that are referenced there that have been updated to a peer-reviewed published version, so I did that where appropriate. And then also bringing in some of the Minneapolis evidence that you just heard about, and then the study that colleagues and I did of Seattle that was published last year. And so basically, when you look at the literature, most studies don't look at hours at all. So Carden-Kruger, 94, it was a survey-based design, and the survey did ask employers to break down how many full-time and part-time employees they had, but there was no question about, okay, how many hours do your part-time employees work? Okay, lots of studies that just look at head count or looking at individual level data, just looking at the outcome, are you employed or not? Okay. So one of the earlier studies to use hours data comes from Newmark and Washer. And so here you do see that, when we have the hours data, looking at this Carden-Kruger example, you do get these negative numbers with elasticities that are, again, on the order of minus 0.2. But we don't have a wage impact in this study, and so we don't quite know how to scale that up. Okay. So there are some surveys, some studies that survey employers about hours, and so this is sort of following the Carden-Kruger lead. So Dubé, Naidu, and Reich is one, Persky and Bayman in 2010 also. So these studies, they're asking employers to basically report what is the average hours. They're generally finding insignificant or very small results in many cases. So here, when we look at log of full-time equivalent employment, this is from Dubé, Naidu, and Reich. These numbers are actually positive. So that's one result that's out there. There are quite a few studies that try to look at teenagers in the CPS. If you look at the Sabia results that we had a moment ago, the unconditional demand elasticity was on the order of minus 2. Newmark and Nizilova, 2007, unconditional elasticity around minus 1. There's a couple other studies that don't really have wage specifications, so we can't really compute the elasticity. Zavodny is an exception. Zavodny comes up with very different estimates. Here's Zavodny's results. So Zavodny is trying to look at sort of doing some inflation adjustment here, and is coming up with numbers that, when we look at hours, we got a positive coefficient here, we get a negative coefficient there. So it definitely doesn't fit the mold. So I want to make sure to highlight the results that don't fit the pattern here. Using the CPS to study samples other than teenagers, immigrants, we have an unconditional elasticity of minus 0.7. That's from Arrhenius and Zavodny, 2008. We have a couple of Sabia, 2008, single mothers. There's no wage specification. Retail workers, Sabia, 2009, unconditional elasticity minus 0.5. Evan and McPherson, this is the study that we just saw that had this really large negative elasticity. For tip workers is minus 3.3. Non-tip workers minus 1.06. Okay, there are studies of administrative employer data. So here Again, there's not always wage specifications, but we see elasticity of about minus 1.5 using this Iowa data. Bellman and Wolfson, I'll look at those in a moment. They're industry-specific results, and they're kind of all over the map. So this little, we just saw the results from Minneapolis, and the results from Minneapolis are pointing to elasticities that are on the order of -1. And then I'll talk about the Seattle results in just a moment. Bellman and Wolfson look at industry-specific results, and so here is one caveat about the imprecise zero problem. So one of the typical results that Bellman and Wolfson report in their industry-level study is, so their hours elasticity here with respect to the minimum wage is minus 0.228, not statistically significant. It's got a p-value of 0.193, okay? But if you scale this by the estimated wage effect, which is 0.1 and statistically significant, that means we want to blow this up by a factor of 10 to get a structural elasticity. That's -2, but the underlying estimate is not statistically significant. So there's one thing to watch out for, is that there are going to be some cases here where you're going to find studies that don't find statistically significant hours effects. But because the wage effects themselves are relatively small, even those insignificant numbers could scale up to relatively large elasticities. Okay, so I'm going to talk about the work that we did in Seattle just a bit, and then have some concluding remarks after that. We did see, so the Seattle minimum wage, looking doing kind of a longitudinal analysis, looking at payroll at UI records going back to about 2005. We do see that Seattle had an uptick in wages. So this is when the policy is enacted, and the phase-in that we're looking at in 2015 and 2016. And we see that there is this gap in hours that starts to grow as soon as the minimum wage starts phasing in. So on the basis of our estimates using this methodology, we came up with elasticities that range from -0.3 to -2.9, with a median estimate using this methodology of about -2. We also did another methodology which is following workers over time. Caveat with this methodology: in order to follow a worker over time, we have to see the worker in the baseline period. So we're not able to study what is the rate of new workers entering the market. But the experiences of existing workers were as follows. We did see significant impacts on their wages. We did not see significant impacts on their probability of remaining employed anywhere in Washington state. So not really an effect on jobs here, but yes, significant impacts on hours worked. Their earnings, in this case, for workers employed at baseline, we did see an increase in earnings over time, suggesting that the elasticities are less than -1, and so the range that we found was -0.2 to -0.9, with a median of about -0.4. Okay, so much smaller elasticities, but again, the caveat here is that this is just looking at workers employed at baseline, does not consider the experiences of people who had yet to enter the Washington workforce as of baseline. Okay, so if you look across all these studies and try to sort of focus on those that had an unconditional hours elasticity estimate and also had a wage estimate to compute this structural elasticity, the median estimate is about -1. Okay. And that median study is a study that uses CPS self-reported hours data, which may lead to an underestimate of the elasticity. And so whereas the consensus that Bellman and Wolfson spoke about in their literature review was an elasticity estimate of -0.1, an elasticity of -1 suggests that low-wage labor is something that is substitutable to the extent that, say, different sources of protein are substitutes for one another, rather than salt, which really has no substitute. Okay, couple last comments. A lot of these studies use two-way fixed effects. There's been a slew of recent papers raising concerns with two-way fixed effects. The main concern being the situation as follows, that there's a policy that has delayed impacts. So if the policy is implemented at time 1, but there is no effect of the policy until time 2, a two-way fixed effects model can actually come up with a wrong-signed effect estimate. A lot of the studies of minimum wage suggest that the outcome is fairly instantaneous, which suggests that this concern is not that big a deal. In fact, what we just saw is there may be evidence of anticipation effects in some cases. Okay, so that's like 1 second of commentary on that. Normative implications. Okay, so minimum wage, like people tell different stories about the minimum wage. Okay, so one story you can tell about the minimum wage is that raising the minimum wage helps adults in the low-wage labor market who are trying to make ends meet on the basis of this work. Another story that you can tell is that minimum wage increases make it harder for young, say, teenage workers to get their first job. The evidence that we saw in Seattle suggested that both stories are true. That you can have a policy that on the one hand, it does, so we heard this from employers a lot. Teenage workers, you have a lot of worries about them. You're worried that they're not going to show up on time. You're worried they're not going to be reliable workers. You're worried they're going to quit after you've trained them for a couple of weeks. Adult workers don't raise those same concerns, and so you could have a policy that simultaneously reduces opportunities for the teenage workers while increasing earnings for more experienced workers. It ends up being a value judgment in the end. So that's what it's all about. So if we do have an overall elasticity that's around -1, it is consistent given that there's potential heterogeneity in the impact of the minimum wage, that your experienced workers, like we found in Seattle, would be the ones enjoying higher earnings as a consequence of the wage increase. And the negative impacts in terms of probability of employment and in terms of hours are going to be more concentrated on your younger, less experienced workforce. That's consistent with the evidence that we found. And I believe, yeah, that's all I've got for you. Thank you.
I get to go first this time. Thanks. So a couple things. I think it's really interesting. I think this point, of course, about the elasticities estimated on groups of workers, many of whom don't earn minimum wages, it's been made many times. It's nice to collect the the sort of the ratios to the wage gains. I mean, Dubé's survey does a similar thing. It might be nice to compare the figures. I don't know what they would look like. I think, one study, so you're doing a lot of dividing and you're getting a lot of imprecise estimates, as you point out. The Clemens and Wither paper, I think, is very nice. Jeff's, I think, coming later today. Because they try to really capture directly affected workers, like looking at workers whose wages are pushed up versus other very low wage, close, but wages not pushed up. So that's going to give you, close to the right elasticity. And it comes out, lo and behold, to -0.97, which is interesting. I think you're understating the normative implications here. I mean, it is true. There's nothing wrong with what you say on the slide, right? If the elasticity were -1. But I think the point you're probably being too polite to make is the argument that's typically made is even if there is some job loss, workers' incomes must go up a lot. And that comes from interpreting a consensus -0.1 to -0.2 elasticity as the right elasticity for affected workers. Because then, of course, the elasticity of income with respect to the minimum wage is a strong positive number. I think the point that it's the wrong elasticity to use for that calculation, deserves billing in this kind of what's the message of this research.
Thanks. Thank you. Yeah, please.
I want to speak first about your microeconomic model and then about teens. Because since you cited my paper on teens, the microeconomics, what bothers me is that we know that minimum wage increases are passed on in the form of higher prices. There's quite a few studies that show this, including one from the Boston Fed, since we're here at a Fed, and I think that's actually the best study. And that would mean that your graph, your curve, the lines don't really tilt up in terms of because the value of the marginal product goes up when the price of the output goes up. Secondly, we're talking about 10%, say, minimum wage increases, which means 3% increase in operating costs, right? And somehow that's going to lead a firm to shut down earlier. when it's going to lose sales as a result. I don't know. It's not. It doesn't seem like a very big effect on the face of it. I could imagine though it would cut down staffing at those hours. That seems very, very plausible. On teens, or in hours in general, I'm totally with you about the problem with measuring hours using the CPS, and that may very well be biasing down all our hours estimates towards zero. It's even worse for teens because the CPS asks for a respondent who's the adult in the household, and so the adult doesn't really know how many hours the teen is working. At least my teens didn't when they were teens. They didn't tell me, when they, and I didn't know how much they actually showed up either. But so there's even bigger errors when it's a non-respondent that you're working about. The last thing I'll say about teens is in the paper we're presenting tomorrow. Teens are a side point, but because of that, I'll mention it now. We do find very large positive effects in California for teens, not only employment and also hours. And beginning in 2016, well before the pandemic and continuing. And so if there is a downward bias on finding hours effects, then our effects must be even bigger because they are CPS data. But I totally take your point that we wish we had better hours data.
Thanks. Just one sort of thought about that. I mean, so if you had, so going back to the theory, if you had firms passing along in higher prices, there's going to be some elasticity of product demand, and so that the total revenue might. So you could take those vertical lines or horizontal. Okay. You could take those horizontal lines and move them up a little bit, and you still could end up with the prediction that there are going to be some hours of the day where your optimal decision flips from operating to not operating. And that's empirically what we saw in Seattle.
I think French data are really interesting. My casual experiences in a Parisian restaurant, in a Parisian McDonald's, they had a lot more automation. I'm sorry.
Just very quickly, so it's a fascinating study. I just wanted to follow up on David and Michael's point. And I think that the numbers matter in terms of the elasticity of the response of wages and prices, but the operating margins are typically very small in industries where a lot of workers are exposed. So the question then, all numbers, profits included, matter. So maybe small changes may actually be very important for firms' bottom line. And so your point is very well taken on my end, at least.
Thank you.
That's super interesting. So this is very much more of a comment than a question. So another paper that uses hours is this reallocation effect of minimum wages by Till Lindner and co-authors, and that studies Germany. One thing they did which was interesting, which is not in the paper, is replicate their exercise using data from Washington, replicating it using the hours data, which allows them to compute these kind of gap measures. And they find that all of their results replicate using the hours data. And then they aggregate up the data and treat it as if they were observing a QCW, where they just see employment, and they find exactly as you kind of use your terminology, the results were kind of all over the map. So in particular, they even found that you couldn't identify a positive effect of the minimum wage on wages. So it's just like kind of another example of the importance of using hours data in these studies.
Thanks.
One area that you might want to look at is moving beyond the establishment data is, do some of these workers move to the gig economy? So lots of gig workers that some of these workers could go into. So is that sort of a substitution occurring in Seattle or in some of the California results as well?
Oh, you give me an opportunity to plug a paper by a former student. So Ben Glasner, who was a PhD student who was working at UW a few years ago, has a study, I think it came out in Jolly, or it's forthcoming in Jolly, that looked at the impact of minimum wage increases on gig employment. And he did find that an increase in gig employment when the minimum wage went up. Guess everybody wants their lunch for some reason.
Hello, everyone. If you can please settle down, we'll begin with our next session. So David Newmark will be presenting his work on what can we learn, what can we conclude from the evidence on minimum wages and employment. Take it away, David.
I'll start since, oh, he's just anticipating you might want it. Well, I have 45 minutes or 40 minutes, so I'm only going to discuss 2 papers. I did a 15-minute presentation last week, and I did 3, but that's okay. So let me tell you what I'm doing. So the question of the employment effects of minimum wages appears, at least to some, to be far from settled. I give you some quotes here, both from the media, take it as you will, take the sources as you will, and then from economists who've been fairly involved, I think it's fair to say, in the public policy debate. And certainly if this is your, what you're sort of exposed to as you flip through Twitter and the news and whatever else, you might reach the conclusion, we just don't know. I'm going to really break this into 2 pieces, and that's why I'm sort of talking about a little bit from 2 papers. The first, which I'm actually going to come back to afterwards, but it works better this way, is the conflict or the disagreement over the best way, the most compelling way to identify minimum wage employment effects. You certainly had a flavor of that with the first paper today, where they went through a lot of different methods, highlighted the issues, but I'm going to zoom in on one particular issue that I think actually is probably the key dividing point between what kind of findings people get in this literature. And the other is a stranger question, you might say, which is there's conflict over what the overall literature actually concludes, and I'll tell you what I mean by that. So let me say a little about the first and then come back. So Washer and I, we wrote our book and we did a review. It's a long time ago now. Hard to believe I'm still up here talking about this topic, but that's the way it goes. Extensive review of minimum wage studies, pretty much exhaustive, both the US and the rest of the world. And we concluded that about 2/3 of them find, on jobs, 2/3 of them find negative employment effects. A little more subjective. What are the more credible studies? Well, I think you'd have fairly widespread agreement. Of those, about 85% had negative estimates. Larger disemployment effects when the focus was more on the least skilled, as we might expect, and it was kind of aligned well with a lot of the stuff Jake Vigdor was talking about earlier. And many elasticities, and these are, again, just the employment with respect to the minimum wage, not rescaled, back to the earlier lecture or paper, in the -0.1 to -0.2 range. And this is mostly evidence, not exclusively, because that wasn't the purpose of that survey, which is kind of since the early 90s, the so-called new minimum wage research, when people started using state-level panel data, even though there's data from much longer ago where people were effectively doing that and effectively doing diff and diff, even if they didn't call it that because they didn't know what the term meant. Oops, that got reformatted. That's weird. Okay, hopefully it didn't all get reformatted. And then there was a series of papers by Michael, Sylvia Allegretto, Aaron Dubé, and others. I'm not citing them all here, but the argument was made, I won't read all of these, but essentially that raising a perfectly legitimate question and one people should have asked more, when you do a standard panel data estimator, you treat the policy variation as random. That's kind of the paradigm underlying the analysis. And is it? Is there a pattern to shocks that are potentially correlated within wages that could bias the estimates? The particular argument they made was that you got, I think there's a pointer here, a spurious negative relationship, meaning that minimum wages are tending to go up more when there's a negative shock to sort of the low-skilled labor market. And concluding, based on then, that was, this is a review of our book. This is sort of the most cited paper, the one I'm going to come back to, that when you implement an estimator, which I'm going to call a close controls estimator, I'll define that later, you get no detectable employment losses from the kind of minimum wage increases we have seen, obviously looking back in the data set they used. This is the more puzzling thing, I think. So that's a disagreement about studies. Every economist has run into disagreements about estimates of some parameter. Okay. The more surprising thing is that economists can't even agree on what we disagree about. So I'm going to show you 3 slides. These are a set of quotes. I'm just going to highlight one mainly so I can pick on all these very famous people here, who say the last decade has seen a wealth of rigorous academic research on the effect of minimum wages on increases on employment, with the weight of the evidence showing that previous modest increases in the minimum wage had little or no negative effects on the employment of low-wage workers. That's one conclusion. That's a conclusion. The other two quotes are similar. There's many more in the paper, and it's a conclusion you see often. The second is sort of a middle ground. There's no clear evidence. So for example, if you go back to this, I think it was the 25th anniversary or 20th of myth and measurement. The literature after myth and measurement was about equally likely to find positive as negative employment effects of the minimum wage, with a typical estimate, average estimate, very close to 0. And then there's evidence that there are summaries, I should say, not evidence. There are summaries that say mainly negative. So Michael Strain, for example, my reading of the economics literature leads me to conclude that the weight of the evidence suggests that minimum wage increases lead to non-negligible employment reductions. So it's perfectly natural for empirical studies to disagree. This happens all the time. This is partly why we have jobs. And there's studies can differ for different reasons. I haven't done a review of reviews or a summary of summaries, but I think this is weird. I think it's unusual that summaries of the literature, and those are all mostly from papers. The last one was a letter, to support a minimum wage increase. But you can find these all over the place, and you just read different things, summarizing what should be the same literature and saying different things. So what I want to do today is talk about two studies. One is, what do we actually learn if we look at the whole U.S. minimum wage literature? And this is going to be sort of what Jake showed you, not rescaling, but aside from that, but even more, really trying to be even more comprehensive, because he was just taking from one meta-analysis. And the second, and I'll come back to this, can we resolve a core conflict between conclusions from different types of studies? So that's the two sort of projects I'm drawing from. Okay, so my student and I, Pete Shirley, when we were doing some papers together, and we started talking about minimum wage research, and we got into this discussion of, well, what if you just look across there's so many papers being written now. It's kind of amazing how big the flow is. After being told in graduate school that we knew everything we knew about minimum wages and new grad students and labor should not waste their time on this topic. The flow of papers is kind of tremendous. And we sort of got to discussion, well, what do they actually say? Like, how would you summarize them? And I said to him, well, I've written some of them. I get a lot of them to referee. Thank God, not all of them, but too many. And then some people send me papers, but maybe I'm getting a biased view because who sends me papers and who doesn't, I don't know. So we sort of said, let's just do this kind of project where we take the conclusions from the existing minimum wage research and just create a figure. And I'll show you the figure, and it's a really cool figure, and see what we learn. So we sort of created a database of studies. We went back to the kind of the state level policy variation studies, so starting in 1992. With the ILR symposium. We drew from the existing surveys, the Wolfson and Bellman paper that I think you drew from, or the book, which they did the book was early, the paper was later. A lot of Google Scholar searches, crowdsourcing on Twitter, all the things you do now to see if you've missed any paper. And we retained papers that estimated employment effect, reported elasticity. We excluded some time series studies, and we added some papers that were identified as published or forthcoming. In this, we decided to leave out the unpublished papers for now, partly because that's kind of selective who gets their unpublished paper circulated and who doesn't, but I doubt it would look different. So 70 papers total. And we did something different from a meta-analysis. Meta-analyses I always think are odd because they typically tabulate every estimate in a study, even though many of us write our papers and say, here's what somebody else did, and here's why it's the wrong way to do it, and here's what you should do, so why do the meta-analyses pay any attention to the first set of estimates, right? So we wanted to instead get authors' preferred estimates, like what is their conclusion? So we first read the papers on our own very carefully and tried to identify those. Sometimes there's more than one. Like somebody might show you minimum wage effects for two industries, like earlier paper was a lot of retail and restaurant. Fine, but if they said, OLS is wrong, I should do IV or whatever, then we grab the IV estimate. You could often get that from the way the paper was written. If not, then we had to sort of glean it. And then we actually also surveyed all the authors, and they almost all responded, and made sure that there was a lot of agreement. We have a figure in the paper where we sort of show the disagreements in both directions. It was pretty clear our coding wasn't biased. But if they said something else, we use that anyways, because why not? So here's the figure. Okay, so don't try to read those. You'll ruin your eyes. I'd have to stand really close to read them. That's not the point. These are the estimates. So these are the preferred estimates. There's sometimes more than one from a paper. If you take the median from each study, which is often only one, then it looks the same. This is 0. These are employment elasticities. Now I want to be clear here. We're not adjudicating between these. In this paper, not adjudicating at all. Just some of these are in the American Economic Review, some are in the Journal of Hospitality Management and whatever. I'm not sure that's a real journal, but
something like that. They are shaded sort of black, gray, or black, dark gray, and light gray based on 5%, 10%, and insignificant, or p-value greater than 0.1. And the thing that jumps out at you is where 0 is, right? These are all the studies finding negative effects of employment minimum wages. These are the studies finding positive effects. The dark ones are the significant ones. And if you get hold of the paper or you have really good eyes or binoculars, you can see some of the studies Jake said. This is the Clemens-Wither study, which was post-Bellman and Wolfson, I guess. I mentioned that. That's one where they get sort of a -1. Now, these studies differ a lot based on what Jake was talking about before, right? Because these are, these might be for young adults for whom a fairly low share earns the minimum wage. It might be for teenagers, whereas a high share, you might be Clemens and Wither, where essentially it's the share is 1 or close to 1. So elasticities will change for that reason. And we didn't do that scaling here, partly because a lot of these studies, as Jake mentioned, don't show wage effects anyways. Okay, so I think it's a striking figure. This is the mean and the median right here. I think it's hard to look at that figure. Now I made it even smaller, so now it's really hard to look at that figure. And reach any conclusion other than, and it's a simple one, I agree for now, most of the studies point to disemployment effects, right? We can talk about the studies later. I show you some numbers here, one sort of silly, wrong because we don't take account of correlations across studies. If you say, what's the probability of finding, that share with negative estimate if the true probability is 0.5, that t-stat is 8. So it's very unlikely this happens by chance if the true effect is 0. Now, obviously, if you don't believe any of these studies, that's a separate question, and we'll come back to that. Clearly at odds with the conclusion, there's no evidence of negative effects, to go back to the first version of the summary, and pretty strongly at odds with negative and positive effects equally likely. Okay. Well, maybe you might say, yeah, but we've learned a lot, right? Studies have gotten better over time, and as we've learned more and more rigorous identification strategies, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, the truth has emerged, and the truth is maybe not so negative. Well, here they are, just sorted by time, right? From I could see those from early to late. So actually, the biggest positives of these three. This is one of the Card's papers, the Katz and Kruger paper. I'm not sure which one's which because I can't read. And I think this is Card and Kruger, or maybe this is Card and Kruger. So you got some real big positives early. If you actually compute the correlation, I realize this is kind of a funny sort of paper, but we're doing unusual things, but that's okay. The correlation with the year of publication is minus 0.001, right? You can't get much closer to 0 than that. If you do a little breaking down, you find effects for teens and young adults. The elasticities, you can see what they average there, about minus 0.17 to minus 0.19, somewhat more negative than the other ones. The effects are more strongly negative for less educated workers. There's a lot fewer of them. Now you can actually see the bars and the authors. Clustered very strongly negative. If you look at, for the studies, and there are even fewer, that try to focus on those directly affected. So these are studies that on the one hand, and that's right, I told you a lot of this mirrors what Jake said, these are studies that follow workers because you start with their wages, and therefore you do miss the entry margin, of course. But directly, oops, bad move. Directly affected, except for a couple here, really uniformly negative. When you look at industries, you get a different answer. So these are the studies of low-wage industries. That looks a lot more balanced. That looks like a lot more like the 50-50, no clear evidence sort of split, or maybe if you really squint, maybe more here than here, although these are insignificant. I would argue so that's interesting. I think the industry studies are obviously useful for asking what happens to employment in an industry, right? That's what they do. They're less useful for asking what happens to low-skilled workers because there can be labor substitution, right? If I'm doing a study of directly affected workers, there's no labor substitution. I mean, I can only substitute away from them. So I'm not going to get some net effect that's smaller than the gross effect, right? If I'm doing an industry effect, I can substitute to workers who are somewhat higher skilled. And there's evidence of that. There's quite a bit of evidence of that. So I think the industry studies are less relevant for policy. Okay, so this is just a quote from the paper, just to say what we said. We're concluding that the research evidence as a whole fails to find disemployment effects of minimum wages, requires discarding or ignoring most of the evidence on low-skilled workers. I think that's an accurate statement based on the figures I just showed you. It doesn't get at the next question, which is, should we do this? Should we discard most of the studies? And are the studies that find no employment effects or maybe even positive effects, but let's stick to no employment effects because not many find positive, are they the only valid ones? Or are they at least the far more valid ones? Or is the, you could ask the question a little less loaded. If I just do the studies that are truly credible, is the evidence a lot less clearly towards negative employment effects and more clearly towards zero? And obviously some people view the literature that way. They haven't had the advantage of these figures, and so now I'm going to turn to that question. So this is a second paper. This is a working paper with two of my colleagues at UCI. We make the point that, and I think this is pretty accurate. It doesn't hold for every single study. There's a lot of papers, so no statement holds for every single study in the minimum wage literature. But the core conflict in terms of conclusions is between panel data estimators, and I'm going to talk about this mainly in the context of states, but not exclusively, because there's a lot at the county level as well, but it's really studying state minimum wage variation. So there's a conflict between studies that use panel data estimators, more traditional diff and diff or two-way fixed effects type of models, where you're kind of using a lot of possible controls, right, the states that didn't have the same change in the same period, versus those that use close controls. Counties on the same side of the border, which there are many versions of floating around, but I think the Dublester and Reich paper is, at least in the minimum wage literature, I think it's the first to do that, certainly the most prominent. So we implement a similar strategy. We're actually going to compare kind of these two kind of estimators. We're going to use close controls, but we're going to use areas that I think more plausibly capture the unobserved shocks that you're trying to control for in the first place. And we find very different results consistent with job loss, and therefore consistent with the other estimates. And we present evidence that the particular implementation of the border boundary approach in this very often cited paper, justifiably so, actually introduces positive bias into the estimation of minimum wage effects. And I should say that conclusion is going to hinge to some extent on anticipation effects, not entirely. So that's why I asked the question in the first paper. And you'll see what I mean if I have time. Okay. Standard two-way fixed effects model. I won't go through this. This is just a standard panel data estimator. It's not the classic diff and diff, because that's a continuous measure there, because we have a lot of continuous variation. And these studies for teens, for young adults, maybe a little bigger negative for less educated workers, produce estimates, as Jake mentioned, in the kind of -0.1 to -0.2. And I think you were citing the Bellman and Wolfson range, which is somewhat smaller, and this is somewhat lower. But I would say this is right, but that's not a serious disagreement anyways. Okay, the close controls approach says that the minimum wage is potentially correlated with stuff in the residual, with shocks. Could be either way, right? If you believe the answer from those papers, there's a negative correlation, right? So minimum wages are spuriously correlated with downturns in low-skilled labor markets, and therefore you get a spurious negative effect. And what they do is, the notation is a little unfortunate here, but think about S as a more disaggregated region. So it might be states, and in the Allegretto et al. Paper, which I mentioned earlier, this is a state and this is a census division. So that's a broader region than this one. Or this is county, which is where this notation gets a little unfortunate, because that's an S. This is county and this is state, and the counties are subsets of states, but I couldn't couple anything better. And what they do essentially is you put in an interaction. So think about this as the county level regression, county by state. You take bordering pairs, like pairs of, I keep saying pairs. They're not really necessarily pairs because counties don't line up, but think of them as pairs for simplicity. You take the counties that border states. You define R in this case. So S is the county, and R is like the pod. It's like the two counties on either side of the state border. And the assumption is those experience common shocks. If you just interact that with a bunch of time dummies, then you can very flexibly just let each of those sort of pods of counties on two sides of the border soak up whatever shock they have and wipe that out of the regression. Okay. Okay. So let me just show you what a few studies. I want to make this point that the close controls is really what's driving this. So this is 6 papers. 5 of them, well, they all use a version of close controls, and it's a short talk, so I'm kind of flying here. 5 of them, including the 2 that have been mentioned a lot today already, find essentially no effect of employment on minimum wages. There is one exception, which is why it's a different color. Liu et al. In I forget the journal. They do comparisons. They do close controls, but they take BEA economic areas, which I confess I hadn't heard of before I saw this paper, but those of you at the Fed probably do. And they do the same kind of approach, right? They let those cross-border economic areas pick up common shocks. They do 14, 18-year-olds, which is a little weird because no one really studies 14 to 15-year-olds in this literature. But it's, at least it's an exception because they find a negative, and that is a significant elasticity. Now, I think the credit these sort of papers that went after, if you will, the panel data estimators get and should get, is they caused a lot of economists, including the two papers you saw earlier today. Well, I should say Anusha et al.'s paper and Jake's earlier work on the Seattle work originally, to really think hard about sources of identifying information, source of identifying variation. But there are three different approaches, I would say, that people have started to use. I mean, there's synthetic control generally. I should cite more, but I'm just going to cite this one here. But David Powell has a generalized synthetic control estimator, which is really a synthetic control that lets you use all the treated states simultaneously as well as the continuous variation. I almost understand it, but I think it's pretty cool. But I think I understand it because now I'm writing a paper with him. Biscay and Rubenstein in a paper that, I don't know why it's still not published, but who knows, still floating around though, have this very clever IV for the minimum wage, which I always thought was impossible, but they actually instrument with the sort of historical tendency of a state to let the federal minimum wage bind. So essentially, the identifying variation is coming more from federal variation than state variation. And then there's others that are kind of closer, I think, more directly inspired by the close control studies. Thompson actually does federal increases, but he does counties with shares more and less affected. And the idea there, of course, is it's within state, so there's no any state year shocks are netted out already. And then Clemens and Wither, same idea. They can control for state-specific shocks because they do comparison between very low wage affected and very low wage but not affected workers. And if you look at what those studies get, well, they're all kind of negative, right? So my conclusion, quite simply, is all these papers address the same problem of shocks potentially correlated with minimum wage increases. So the issue isn't whether you consider those shocks, but how, right? And it raises the question, you know, I mean, and I could pick on any of these studies, I suppose, but what we do in this paper is we go back to the most famous close control paper and ask if it gets the wrong answer, and if so, why. So here's what we do. I mean, the obvious question is, are the close controls good controls? Close and good are not synonymous, obviously, and they may or may not be good. Let me just give you some intuition to start, because I may end up rushing. You know, think about the minimum wage difference between California and Mississippi, and think about the minimum wage difference between Massachusetts and Vermont doesn't border Massachusetts. That's not an example. New York and Vermont, they border each other, right? New York and Vermont, okay? If I had my geography right. You know, the minimum wage difference between California and Mississippi has to do with a lot of things, including political orientation, strength of unions. There's a lot of other differences between California and Mississippi, you may have noticed, right? If you look at policy in New York and Vermont, very similar on many, 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 many dimensions. And you might ask then, well, why do they have different minimum wages? And the gist of the issue, the hypothesis, and there's some evidence consistent with it, is that when you have places that are so similar and their minimum wage differs, maybe that's because the minimum wage with those close controls is particularly sensitive to the shocks, right? Maybe that's where legislators raise the minimum wage. Legislators like minimum wages. Voters love minimum wages. Legislators, I think, also know, if they know what it is, that voters don't run regression. So the thing you probably don't want to do is vote for a minimum wage increase and then have the economy go to the toilet, because even if it had nothing to do with the minimum wage, you're going to get blamed, right? So I think that's the gist of the argument, that local minimum wage variation may actually be more endogenous than variation across other states, and it may generate positive bias, not negative bias, right? And that's, I think, where these results are going to go. Okay, so let's get the rest of that slide. Okay, now interestingly, there's an earlier paper by these three authors in 2009, not published to the best of my knowledge, studying teen employment using cross-border counties. But they use commuting zones, and they say using commuting zones is appealing because these areas are not only contiguous, they are also demonstrably linked with each other by an economically meaningful criterion. So that seems to be an argument for using commuting zones across borders, when you can, to try to control for common shocks. So that's what we do here. We use cross-border areas, same county design, cross-border county design, but we use commuting zones. In particular, we use the multi-state commuting zones, the ones that span state borders. We do restaurant employment like the original paper. We start with the QCW data, but then we turn to the CVP data, county business patterns. It has much better coverage. You get more like, I have the numbers here. Oops. Oh, sorry. Shining my pointer there is not going to do any good at all. You get coverage for counties going from about a quarter in total to close to 100%, and for the multi-state commuting zones, which are bigger, for about 47% to 99%. And we can also add more data. All that's not important for the conclusion. Okay. So let me just show you what multi-state commuting zones are, because I had never seen a map of them, but you may not have. These are multi-state commuting zones. Every county is in a commuting zone. It's assigned to some commuting zone somewhere, but I'm showing you the multi-state ones. I wish I remember what the colors were, but I actually don't while I'm sitting here. I think we just actually made different colors so you could delineate them. They don't mean anything. You're next to another one, so we wanted you to see the difference. Okay, and this is on the right-hand side is the cross-border counties from the Dubler and Wright paper. It's a little hard to compare these because this one only includes the counties. We should have done it here. We just haven't yet. This only includes the counties where at some point in the sample there is some minimum wage variation. But you can see that there are lots of, you take my, whoops, darn. You can sort of see, I'll just show you an example like right along this border, but there's a lot of them. There's a lot of cross-border counties that are not in the same multi-state commuting zone. Okay. Let me just show you sort of what happens. This is not, I guess, the best visual presentation, so I just sort of drew a box around some estimates. So what's going on here? This is the replication of their estimates. I think they're actually exactly the same because we use their data in code, so they should be. And they're very good about providing code, so that was nice. So you start, the only difference between 1 and 2 versus 3 and 4 is the inclusion of this total private sector employment control. Doesn't make a huge difference. So you get a negative, minus 0.1 something. It's not that strongly significant here. When you do the standard two-way fixed effects, just using the counties, and then when you put in, right here, these pair period fixed effects, those are the DR times DT cross products from before. So now you let each sort of effectively pair of counties across the border get its own shock. The effect goes to 0, non-negative. Also non-negative. Not just it's actually not that much less precise, but non-negative. If you take the multi-state commuting zone pair sample, this is the QCW data, you do this two-way fixed effects, somewhat stronger, and you do the pair period fixed effects, still negative significant effects, still very much in the sort of consensus region. So that right there, that's a very different conclusion you get just from switching to multi-state commuting zones, which are defined to have, to some extent, experience common shocks because people in them are commuting around. But I'll show you more detail later. Here we go to the CVP data instead. So we get more data here, but again, that doesn't matter. You could stop at 2006, but you get a lot more counties, much better coverage. You get the same answer. If you do the multi-state I've changed the structure of the table. This is the multi-state commuting zones with and without the pair period fixed effects. These are all with pair period fixed effects. I apologize, I didn't show all the tables. You get strong negative effects. You do the contiguous counties without regard to whether they're in commuting zones or not, and you get nothing. So that's a pretty robust result. So where are we so far? The two-way fixed effects estimates, panel data estimates, I should probably call them, give conventional negative minimum wage elasticities no matter what data we use. That doesn't change. And across all this literature, that doesn't really change. The close border estimate using the minimum wage variation within these cross-border county pairs, per se, gives you a regression estimate close to 0, but when you use the multi-state commuting zones, you get an estimate as large, or in the basically in the CVP data, you basically get the same estimate back as the panel data estimate. The question, of course, is why. So we considered one thing. So the first thing I always thought about this for a long time, and then it turns out to make no difference, but I'll share it with you anyways because it's interesting. Applied micro is all about heterogeneous treatment effects now, right? You can't really do a paper and not pay much attention to them. And if you think about any strategy that sort of uses a local identification strategy, maybe you're just picking up, part of the distribution of effects that are different. Now, the cross-border county pairs in the DLR paper, they are somewhat more rural. So maybe there's a little monopsony in those areas, and that's why you get a less negative effect. And it's not so much that the answer, quote unquote, the answer, as if there's no heterogeneity, is 0, not negative, but just that there's different effects depending on where you look. And there's certainly some other papers out there, we won't get into today, I think we'll hear more tomorrow, about that say, the minimum wage, monopsony power can affect minimum wage impacts. So maybe that's what's going on. We use the NETS data, that's this National Establishment Time Series based on the Dun & Bradstreet data, which I've used a lot and other people have. I'm not going to say that an HHI index is a measure of monopsony power. I'm increasingly convinced it's a terrible measure of monopsony power. But papers do HHI types of things. If you take HHI by firm in the restaurant industry in each county and then add interactions to that with the minimum wage, does that maybe reconcile the results? No, it doesn't make a difference. There's nothing going on in that dimension. So I'm going to skip over that quickly in the interest of time. Let me talk about the positive bias issue. So this is something that I worked under Tzvi Gerlichus way back when. One of his not so famous papers, but his students thought it should be, was he had 2 famous econometric surveys on the returns to schooling. The second one was about twin and sibling estimates of the returns to schooling. And he makes the point, because people had really missed the point in a lot of the early human capital debate, that just because you difference between alike things, so in the minimum wage context, counties across the border, which are more alike than 2 randomly chosen counties for sure, or twins or siblings, when estimating a return to schooling, you don't necessarily reduce the bias. And it's because it depends where the variation comes from. You have to ask, why do 2 identical twins have different schooling? Are parents compensating for differences? Are they equalizing? Are they exacerbating differences to sort of maximize income? We don't know, and you can get anything when you difference within twin pairs. In fact, the famous Ashenfelter and Kruger paper, most people forget this, when you difference across identical twins, the estimates get bigger, not smaller, even though most people have thought it's all about fixed omitted ability bias that's similar across twins. You know, what's going on here? So I don't think I need to do this. You haven't shown me 5 yet, right? I shouldn't prompt you. Never ask. OK. I was giving a talk at the Boston Fed, and Larry Summers was on the panel, and the person held up the thing, and he said, I'm going to need more time. Anyways, so we're doing some version of differencing across employment. This is like the state, or they'll call it counties on 2 sides of the border. And there's obviously a difference in the error terms here. And the intuition behind the close controls approach, which is very strong intuition, but wrong, is that the common shock, whatever it is, on the 2 sides of the border gets differenced out here, right? Well, it might get differenced out to some extent. And Gerlichus made the same point. He said, if identical twins are truly identical, then yes, it gets differenced out by definition. But if they're not identical, the bias can get worse. Why does it get worse? This is just the omitted variable bias formula for the first difference model, which applies here. And so there's this numerator term, which is sort of the correlation between the residual and the right-hand side variable. Now it's in differences because we difference the equation. And the denominator of the omitted variable bias formula for a single variable is the variance of the included variable, right? Now, the only difference is that if you were doing this in cross-section, there'd be no delta here. But here, it's a variance of the change in the minimum wage. So the first point is that that denominator might be a lot smaller when you use close controls. Why? Because states near each other tend to have more similar minimum wages, right? If you look at a minimum wage map, it's not exclusively clustered by region, but the high and low minimum wages, or where the federal minimum wage binds or not, is very geographically concentrated. So if there's any bias in here, if these close controls are not absolutely identical, it gets blown up by this being smaller. And that was one of the points Gerlichus made. The second point, not that Gerlichus, well, it's related, of course, but is the bias might be positive, not negative, right? And it goes back to what I said before, that these minimum wage changes may be sensitive to variation in economic conditions, in particular for low-skilled workers. So that's just speculation, that maybe we have political bias in these estimates. I'm going to skip this part in the interest of time. So what do? We simultaneously present evidence on both questions, one of which I skipped over. But basically, we're going to look at the different subsets of counties you could use and try to see what's going on here. And if I can keep track of what's on that slide and show you this slide. This one. Okay, sorry. Okay, so the 4 sets of counties, all cross-border contiguous counties that are not in the same commuting zone. Only cross-border counties that are in the same multi-state commuting zone. And then we do some subsets. We take all the cross-border counties, including the non-contiguous ones in the same commuting zone, and then we exclude the contiguous ones. And these are about trying to reduce spillover, bias from spillovers. We look in the same multi-state commuting zone, but exclude the border region. I don't want to pay as much attention to that. The only point of this slide is the standard panel data estimator is very insensitive to that. Okay? But the close control estimator is not. Right? It's really sensitive. If you do the cross-border counties that are not in the same commuting zone, that's where you kind of get no employment effect of minimum wages, right? You take only the ones in the same commuting zone, you get a negative, marginally significant. You take this is only the contiguous ones. You take all the counties in the multi-state commuting zone only, and you get a large elasticity, significant at the 10% level. And this is sort of supposed to be a spillover-free estimate, but I'm not going to get into that as much. There's some evidence that shocks are a little more common, although as we all know, you're macroeconomists, I'm not. It's really hard to measure a shock. That's probably why we call them shocks. But what we do here is sort of the same test that the original paper proposed, which is let's look for leading effects here. And evidence of leading effects, in particular in a certain direction, I would argue, are evidence of potential bias. So what am I doing here? I'm putting in leads. This is annual data, so 3-year leads of the minimum wage. And what you see here is when you use the cross-border contiguous counties not in the same commuting zone, you get a significant positive coefficient, which means that there's some positive shock before the minimum wage goes up, which is exactly the kind of bias that will generate upward bias in the estimates. When you look at all counties in the MSCZ, it's somewhat negative. It's only I'm not even sure I can call it marginally significant. It's somewhat negative, but that's perfectly consistent. This kind of effect is consistent with anticipation effects. And I will acknowledge there's not a lot of evidence, which is why I was kind of very interested in the paper this morning, because it was sort of a pretty clean test, at least till the pandemic, of anticipation effects. Because I don't know of cases where there's been like a 2-year run-up. But you can't maybe there's some story where this could be anticipation effects too, but at least in a standard model where we expect some employment reduction eventually, maybe it's really small, maybe we can't detect it. It's hard to tell a story about a positive anticipation effect. So let me just summarize this. So we implement the same estimator, but we use multi-state commuting zones, and we find evidence of disemployment effects. And it's basically as strong as the panel data estimator. It's kind of the same estimate is the way to think about it. The evidence from the pre-trends analysis, I think, points to potential positive bias, helping maybe to explain why when you don't use multi-state commuting zones, but especially use cross-border counties that aren't in multi-state commuting zones and therefore not as exposed to common shocks, you get positive bias. And I just want to make clear, we're not doing anything really different here. We're doing the same estimator. We're doing the same test for bias. We're just using different data and different definitions of the areas that we define for common shocks. I think the two papers combined reinforce the evidence that higher minimum wages cost jobs. From the first paper, I said you can only reach the opposite conclusion by discarding most of the evidence, and in particular, as I showed, leaning on the cross-control studies. But I think the reevaluation of this one paper in particular, at least, says we should be very careful about doing that. Just what does this mean? I'll put the first point very bluntly. I really think the debate about whether minimum wages cost jobs is over or should be over. I don't know if the effects are huge. The points Jake was raising are very important, and I've raised them before. That to say -0.1, -0.2 is small is misleading because it's not the effect for the workers whose wages might go up. That's the only ones we care about. But I want to be very careful here. That doesn't mean minimum wage is a bad idea, right? It might. It means there's a cost. It means we have to think about trade-offs. And if we're doing that, let's, as a researcher, and I'm trying to, and others should, start to think about the trade-offs, right? Who gains, who loses? There's some work on minimum wages on the poverty rate, proportion, the various metrics related to the poverty rate. My reading of that evidence is,
Chance to respond to you.
As soon as I'm done, yeah.
Finish, please.
I'm going to finish when my time's up.
Running out of time.
I'm watching the timer right here. My reading of the evidence on minimum wages and the income distribution is very hard to find a strong relationship with poverty rate. But that doesn't mean there aren't other ways to look at it. We might find beneficial effects. And I think, and we really don't do this as labor and public finance economists, we spend a lot of time coming with really good identification strategies to study one policy, where some of the most important questions are which policy is more effective at achieving a particular goal. Part of the problem is that's going to be a much harder one to get past the identification piece because the same experiment that gives you good identification of one policy probably isn't going to give you good identification of the other policy at the same time. And that's a challenge I think we have to think seriously about. So, thanks.
Somebody gave me the mic, so I'm just grab it.
Go for it.
Okay, since my name came up a lot here. I'm not going to talk about the Newmark-Shirley paper, but I think it has some big problems, which we can talk about later, David. On our paper, first of all, you cite our paper from 2009, but not the results. We agree about the commuting zones being a good comparator, but we don't find these negative effects for multi-state
we say that in the
commuting
paper.
zones. So, I'm not exactly clear why you would find such negative effects. But my main comment is really that this is like ancient history in the minimum wage literature, that we have moved on. We now use stacked event studies. We use stacked synthetic control methods. There aren't many minimum wage papers that are using this border pair comparison anymore. And maybe it had an effect at the time, but there's just so much more evidence. I mean, you don't even mention the QJE paper by Chengiz et al., which is the most cited paper now in the QJE and the most cited paper on minimum wages, and which I think is the landmark paper. And if you want to say that it's really clear that minimum wages have negative effects, then I think you need to confront that paper rather than something that we wrote a long time ago.
Yeah, well, you know, stay tuned, but I don't mean to quote Trump on that, obviously. That's not what he said, whatever he said. You know, the paper cited a lot, so if we shouldn't believe it, we shouldn't believe it. I don't know, but you know, it cited a lot, and it's an important paper. And close controls. Also, I think there's a more. I was giving a seminar somewhere else, and someone else from a very different.
Did anyone else have a question?
One sec. From a very different field, made the point that this discussion of whether people use close controls in a lot of contexts, and understanding what it can mean econometrically generally, I think is also a valid point. Whoever's got the mic.
Thanks. I was wondering if it's possible that some of this might be too trying to be too nice, but is it possible that all of these papers could be true at the same time? And probably not all of them, but some of them. In the sense, so I'm on the policy panel later, and one thing I'll come back to is the idea of external validity. Kind of what studies should we be looking at for a specific policy choice?
Exactly.
And that policy choice may be a city government, it may be a state government, it may be the federal government. And the studies to draw from may be different from one another in order to understand the costs of raising the minimum wage. And I guess, so that's kind of the general question. And the more specific is on the commuting zones. I think, so if it is true that, that raising the minimum wage in a commuting zone, in one state, when you don't raise it in the other part, leads to employment effects, that would be a cost. If you are raising the minimum wage in a commuting zone that has part of a commuting zone outside of that state, but it may not be a cost if you're raising the minimum wage where the commuting zone is all, like just in a commuting zone that's not.
Right.
So I was wondering if you could address that as well.
No, it's a very good question. I think, I mean, that's kind of what the point about heterogeneous treatment effects is all about. I forget who was saying at lunch, maybe it was Jeremy or somebody. We would sort of expect, I think our intuition as economists is the more local the minimum wage, the more responsive, because businesses can move more. I can make burgers across the border. Who was talking about prepping food across the border? I think you were saying that. I can't really make my hamburgers in Mexico, or maybe I could. Probably not my French fries, even if they're frozen. So I think that's important. Can they all be right? Well, here's the same approach with two different estimators, so you got to decide. I am reminded of, because the famous actor just died, the great scene in Fiddler on the Roof when Tevye is listening to an argument, and one rabbi makes a point, and the other says, and Tevye says, "You're right," and the other rabbi makes a point, and Tevye says, "And you're right too," and then the third one says, "Tevye, they can't both be right," and he says, "And you're right too," right? That's a great story. So, I don't know. I think. I mean, treatments, we expect treatment effects to vary. I think the literature, I guess that I'd say as a more constructive comment, I can't really think of a paper that's kind of sorted the evidence that way and really tried to see whether it holds up. I do think that, there's mileage to be gained from trying to take estimates across studies and thinking about how to reconcile them, through various filters, whether it's locality the local effects can be different in different places, right? In terms of what else is on the board and how much economic activity there is. I'm getting the zero sign. So, thank you.
I know. I'll be there.
All right, so up next, we have Murad Tashi, who's going to be talking about minimum wage increases and vacancies.
Where's the laser? Is this one?
This is the
laser is not. Okay.
Yeah, and this is the going forward.
Okay.
You know, they're both green, so.
Okay. Thanks. So you tell me. Okay. Well, I guess I'll just go ahead and start if everybody had a little bit of a break. So this is joint work with Mariana and Didem, both of which are still Federal Reserve employees. I used to be one at Cleveland Fed. So the disclaimer should say these are obviously not the views of Federal Reserve System, all these regional Feds, as much as my former employer and my current employer, JP Morgan, as well. So I'm going to do something. So I decided to stay away from the employment discussion for this one. And going back to your point, I think all those papers might be right, but we think we are right too. And we are going to have I think going back to our motivation, when we started thinking about this minimum wage debate, in the context of a unique sort of data we had access to at the time, and this is very granular vacancy data from the conference board. And I can, if I have time, I'll get into the details of what we have and what we didn't have. But what really was interesting for us was that sort of the existing literature, predominantly focuses on employment, but we know that employers have a lot of different margins, like we have seen in the previous, earlier in the morning, where hours margin might be really important, right? We think recruitment decision is also another one of these margins, especially if you think about high turnover, low wage occupations or industries, where firms can easily adjust to a target employment level by essentially just running the turnover, right? And and sort of adjust their job postings. So basically that's going to be our focus. What happens to vacancy postings in response to minimum wage changes? And at a very basic level, the net effect is obviously going to depend on the hirings and separations. And we think the job vacancy data we have is going to be a very good proxy for at least one margin, the hirings margin. The bottom line is we're going to look at, we're going to exploit the state level minimum wage changes. It's not going to be more granular than that in the sense that even though we have some city level variation in this data, we're not going to look at that. But we are going to solely focus on the state level minimum wage changes. But in terms of outcomes, we are going to focus on the vacancy postings at the county level in terms of geography. What sort of, and in some sense, this is one, I think, implication we feel like it stands out from the employment implications. Depending on the market structure, like monopolistic or sort of competitive labor markets, right, and all that, you can make reasonable arguments that minimum wage might, affect employment, differently. But a higher minimum wage definitely increases the expected cost of creating a vacancy for firms, and we would expect them to essentially post fewer vacancies. In some sense, we see a more clear sign theoretically here about minimum wage increases and the vacancy postings in equilibrium. Now, question is obviously that we are going to get at the end of the day is what's the, more specifically, we are going to be looking at what's the relative effect of minimum wage increases on vacancies for what we would refer in the paper as at-risk occupations compared to others. And we're going to be really throughout the paper talking about this relative effect because we think that having that essentially a third dimension of the difference is going to help us identify the causal relationship a lot tightly. And I'll get into the empirical specification hopefully soon. So relative to the existing large literature, by no means, this is obviously a very short summary of what we have. But just to highlight the differences and sort of the similarities between the existing literature, we are definitely not going to be talking about employment, even though what we find, I think, is going to have implications about employment changes on that. But like the rest of the literature, we are going to be essentially searching for a causal effect. And in doing so, we are going to focus on variation across occupations which make certain occupations more susceptible to minimum wage increases. And in some sense, you can think of it as sort of focusing on teenage workers or restaurant workers is sort of a different way of doing this. Here, we are essentially going to use all the information we have across different occupations, and we are going to try to identify a relative effect. What do we find? The vacancy data we have is from the conference board, and this is available at the county level. The aggregation we use is basically quarterly. So I'm going to be talking about quarterly vacancy postings in a county at a certain time period. What we then look at is sort of these are the outcome variables at the county level. And we're going to identify certain occupations. These are two-digit occupations based on SOC codes. We're going to identify certain occupations as at-risk occupations. And there's a lot of judgment that's going to go in there. But the primary idea, I mean, the basic idea is, which we hope people would find intuitive, is that we look at the wage distribution across occupations at the state level. We do this, using CPS data. We aggregate a lot of these observations within a year. As we all know, if you go into CPS and try to sort of look into occupation-specific wage distribution at the state level, you would have very few observations for certain occupations, certain states, obviously. So we want to get as many observations as possible. And then keeping all those measurement issues we talked about, hourly wage, the imputed hourly wage data from using CPS, nevertheless, we go ahead and sort of compute an hourly wage distribution. And then we basically identify certain two-digit occupations as at-risk occupations versus the rest. So in that framework, what we are really trying to get at is this relative effect of minimum wage hikes on vacancy postings for those specific occupations that we identified as at risk. What happens to vacancy postings for those occupations in the states that passed the higher minimum wage legislation? The policy change is, as I said, is at the state level, and the outcome are the vacancies at the county level. Not all occupations obviously are going to have a large mass of employed workers earning at or near the minimum wage. And based on the recent QJE work by Dub and co-authors, we are basically, and intuitively speaking, we are not going to look at only and identify these occupations by looking at the fraction of employment that earns at or below the minimum wage. We are going to give some leeway and look at what's the fraction at or below 110% of the prevailing minimum wage in that state at that point in time. We want to get at how thick that distribution of wages are around that threshold. And we sort of talk about this in the paper, but if you play around that with threshold a little bit, reasonably speaking, you will still identify the same occupations as at risk, more or less. It's really not going to change that definition much. So an increase in the binding minimum wage then will affect vacancies for these at-risk occupations differently from others, right? And in different states, it's obviously going to have a different effect as well. And depending on the degree of the minimum wage change, obviously, it's going to even be a different story. I'll show you, I think we have it here, yeah. So first, maybe the preview of our results. And we did a lot of stuff prior to submitting this paper, but we essentially came back and sort of narrowed our focus and just to the the main point, which is in response to minimum wage changes over this period for which we had the data for. So it's really quarterly. Conference board data doesn't start before 2005. And our access to the data basically restricted us up to 2018 Q4. Over that period, a 10% increase in minimum wage at the state level reduced vacancy posting for those at-risk occupations by a statistically significant 2.4% compared to others. Now, the relative statement here is going to be important because, and how we control for sort of occupation-specific trends are going to be important here because vacancies have a very strong trend in the data, both in the aggregate and across different occupations and different states. So it was really, in some sense, important for us to be able to control for those underlying trends with very granular fixed effects. We find this significant effects for both existing vacancies, like total vacancies, and we can distinguish new vacancies from the current stock as well in the data to the extent that Conference Board was able to identify them correctly. And we find these negative effects to be as significant and similar in magnitude to 2.4 for new vacancies as well. And the third bullet point here is in some sense relates to part of the earlier discussions as well. Vacancies are a forward-looking variable, right? So the firms presumably post vacancies by thinking about their expected labor cost structure, anticipated legislation, and all that. We think if you ever gonna find some anticipation effects, this might be one variable where it should show up. And in fact, that's what we find. We find evidence of a preemptive, essentially, decline in the job postings for these occupations, up to essentially 3/4 prior to the implementation of the minimum wage hike. And that aligns nicely with the typical announcement period. It's, I think, for this period, it's about 3/4, more or less. So that ends up being, I think, an important distinction. Now, you might ask, starting from right around the end of our sample, but maybe as early as 2015, some of the state-level minimum wage changes became a function of indexation. So some of these changes might be anticipated yearly in some sense. We don't think it's as big a problem for most of our sample. We still think these anticipation effects we find are true anticipation effects in some sense. And it's not the violation of the parallel pareto trends that we implicitly assume. The negative effects here and we interpret them, obviously, because of our empirical setup. We're going to interpret this as a causal effect. So let me get a little bit into the detail. So for this crowd, some of this information, might be old news, like the federal changes. But in our sample, we have quite a bit of events in some sense. We have 291 minimum wage change. These range from 0.5 to 34%. And most of them, actually I'll show that first. So these are the effective minimum wage changes in the data. Most of them are really less than 10%, for sure. The median and mean is between 6.5% and almost 8%. We have only a few scattered, sort of really large minimum wage changes, nominal changes over here. So in some sense, we are, like everyone else in this literature, we are interpreting these as local effects. So this study may not be a great study if you want to double the federal minimum wage or triple it, and then just extrapolate this 2.4% elasticity, obviously. Using the variation across states, we find is quite intuitive, like everyone else, maybe. But as you can see, depending on where the federal minimum wage changes, federal sort of binding minimum wage, were at different points in time over the sample period, we had quite a bit of a variation across states. When the minimum wage federal level, it sort of increased over this period for a couple of years, basically, if the median binding minimum wage across states was essentially the same as the federal one. But for towards the end of our sample, we had a lot more variation, obviously. So we think we have plenty of variation both in terms of geographical variation across states and in terms of actual changes in the underlying prevailing minimum wages. So how about our outcome variable vacancies, right? This is important because this is, in some sense, what we add to this literature, in a way. Vacancies, when everybody, in this field or in general labor think about vacancies, I think the best aggregate data comes from JOLTS at the establishment level, but we don't have the firm level or the underlying microdata for JOLTS. What we found instead was from the Conference Board, this health wanted online advertising data. This data goes back to 2005, and it was put together by essentially just scraping online job posting boards, corporate boards, have wanted ads. And for a while, the aggregate numbers from this was reported by the Conference Board as well. So there was a merger in late 2018 that essentially just changed the whole measurement dynamics for this. So now I think basically the Conference Board teamed up with what used to be called the Burning Glass, now it's called Limecast, and essentially just they took over this endeavor, and it's a different product though. Like if you wanna get access to this, you should still write and reach out to Conference Board to get this. And for the time period that we have, we still found that quite useful because the Burning Glass data goes only, I think, back until 2010, I'm going to say. There is some data from 2007, but you ignore a lot of vacancy posting variation over the Great Recession period and all that in that data set. To the extent possible, Conference Board and their sort of data providers managed to sort of get rid of the duplicates, job postings in multiple different boards, and they effectively claim this is the universe of the job posting data out there. And the aggregate data for a big part of the sample period aligned very well with the JOLTS. Now, those of us who works at the Fed or who have worked with this data knows that sometime in 2000, I think, starting from 2013 or 14, there was a bit of a odd sort of divergence between the aggregate HWOL data and the JOLTS data aggregates. But given all the fixed effects we're essentially introducing, we don't think that's a particular problem that we should worry about for this exercise at hand. Okay. Now, let me also briefly describe what we do with sort of how to identify these at-risk occupations, right? So these are the occupations that we think are going to be more susceptible to this minimum wage hikes, and they're going to be more disproportionately more affected by these. And what's the idea there? Basically, just look at the wage distribution. If we feel like, if we think an occupation has a large mass of workers who are earning at or near the minimum wage at that state, we will end up identifying those occupations as sort of at risk. Now, we have done this specifically for every state, but then for the paper, we decided there wasn't really much. I mean, an occupation that has a lot of workers who are earning at or below the minimum wage in one state is really not in a different place in terms of relative ranking of that occupation in a different state. So, if you're in the legal occupation, you are less likely to be in this group, whether you live in Montana or California, it doesn't matter. Basically, our definition of at-risk occupations are going to be independent from a location. It's going to be just occupation specific at the end of the day. And based on this, we identify several two-digit occupations as these at-risk occupations, and the detailed sort of numbers over the sort of time periods for these occupations are in the paper, and I don't want to get into that detail now yet. So these are the sort of the main 6 occupations we have. And you will see a lot of similarities between what the literature focused on, right? So a lot of the restaurant workers are going to appear here. We find that, a lot of office and clerical workers are actually potentially in this group. And some, retail, obviously. Now, so what is the empirical specification we write down? Here, we're going to call this a triple diff specification in a sense. And what we do is basically we're going to exploit the variation in terms of occupations and geographies as much as possible in our sample, and we're going to use a lot of sort of granular fixed effects. As I said, and we get a lot into the discussion of this in the paper, but the vacancy data has strong trends, strong secular trends, both by occupation and by location in the data, and in the aggregate as well, right? So it's really important to sort of control for all those. What we do here is I stands for the location, O stands for the occupation, and T for time period. We're going to introduce essentially county by occupation fixed effects, as well as occupation by time fixed effects, as well as the sort of the county time fixed effects. What we are at the end of the day reporting as elasticity is this coefficient beta, which is the term before the interaction of the log minimum wage and the at-risk sort of dummy or identifier. Here we write it very generally. It's already it's already made explicit that this is just occupation specific, so it's not state specific. Okay. Now this is really the main. If you don't get anything out of this talk today, or if you don't remember any other number, this is, I think, what you should focus on. A 10% increase in the effective minimum wage increases the vacancy posting in these counties by 2.4%. Obviously we have all these granular fixed effects here, and if you look at the same specification, but this time focused on the outcome variable as being the new vacancies, you have a sort of equally significant but and almost as large of an effect by 2.1. Okay. Now, why? So we got a lot of questions over this period when we sort of presented our work. Why we are throwing in a lot of these sort of fixed effects, and it really comes down to the underlying trends, occupation-specific trends, occupation-specific labor demand, and location-specific trends that are very prevalent in the underlying microdata. And we have a couple of sections in the paper that sort of gets into like specific examples. But if you look at our baseline result in this column, and essentially just remove these fixed effects one by one, sort of our reading of the sort of this two-way fixed effects literature is that you know, how you control for sort of time trends is important, right? And we find that obviously here. If we sort of ignore that sort of location-specific trends in the vacancy data, so we bias our estimates towards 0. Now, what's more interesting is probably these two columns as well. If we drop our occupation by time fixed effects, what you find is a very significant positive effect. And this becomes clear when you look at the underlying data. You see that certain occupations had a you know, very robust labor demand over this period across the board. And so we really think we should take seriously how these sort of granular fixed effects play a role. And it makes our sort of relative effect a lot more, a lot tighter, and then sort of our thinking of interpreting these as causal effects, I think, more legitimate. Now, going into the sort of this dynamic sort of anticipation effects, what we do is we slightly change our empirical specification to allow for dynamic leads and lags. Like, you know, it's been in the literature, there are some examples of essentially the same approach. What we can then do is basically just by adding up these betas over you know, different quarters, we can essentially plot in the cumulative effect over time. So the interesting thing here is to note is that for that period, we have this analysis for the average announcement is usually about 3 quarters in advance from the actual time when the minimum wage change went into effect. So interestingly enough, so what we are looking at here is like 6 quarters in advance of the actual minimum wage change at time t, and 4 quarters after. We didn't want to go, we're basically following the literature in this case, in terms of why we picked -6 and 4. But one reason why we didn't want to go beyond 4 quarters is there are a lot of, especially towards the end of the sample, we have more minimum wage legislation that became essentially just an indexation. So we don't want to sort of confound that effect by going beyond 4 quarters. What you see is the negative statistically, and these are 95% confidence bands. The negative effects become obvious and significant 3 quarters before the policy events goes into effect, and then it's actually surprisingly persistent. And in the, you know, basically a year later, we find an average effect here, you know, more than essentially just 4%. The average effect in the sample ends up being a significant 2.4%, but the dynamics, I think, are really interesting as well. in terms of the new vacancies, it changes just a little bit. On average, it's a little tighter, but the significant negative effects doesn't appear until 2 quarters in advance. So here is a simple illustration of, I think, because everybody wanted. I mean, there is a tendency in this type of empirical work, I think, by the audience to see a sort of a nice, clean event time sort of plot. And it's hard to do that with staggered policy changes like minimum wage. But what is, I think, interesting in the data is we know that there are about 13 states in the US for which there was really no state-level binding minimum wage over this period. So these are the states where the policy instrument is really the federal minimum wage change. And what we have done here is essentially just applied our definition of at-risk and not at-risk occupations to these 13 states, and essentially aggregated and looked at the path of the at-risk and not at-risk occupations in terms of their vacancy postings in those states around the time when the first minimum wage change happened in 2007. We normalize, just for sort of visuals, we normalize the 2006 levels of vacancies in these at-risk and not at-risk occupations. 2006 annual, I think, are normalized. And you can see that, by looking at this picture, we find comfort that you can reasonably argue that these occupations had essentially parallel trends before the policy change. It's hard to obviously visualize the same thing for all of our sample, but in some sense, this is what it says. Okay. Now, what are some additional concerns? Yeah, thanks. I don't need much time. I'm not in later summers after all. I'll just finish this up soon. We did definitely look into this close controls issue, and before any referee actually raised this, we wanted to really look at it. And our results actually didn't change much at all. And I think that might have a lot to do with the presence of a lot of granular fixed effects we already have. I'm not like, we didn't sit down and try to prove this per se, but I think that helps us. In that sense, I think we feel confident that these are true causal effects as best as we can measure. Now, changing the threshold to from this value of 5% to so this is what we said. At-risk occupations should have at least 5% of their sort of occupational mass at or below this 110% of the prevailing minimum wage locally. If you play around with that 5%, you're not really going to change the definition of at-risk occupations, honestly. Never. What we did on top of that is, among those 6 occupations, if we ignore one from that list, do we get a different result? And the robustness exercise shows us that if you basically just drop them one by one, you would still get statistically significant and negative vacancy effects, vacancy elasticities. The actual number changes a little bit, but you would still have the same negative result. Now, we had a very unique problem with this vacancy data we had to address in terms of robustness. And for those of you who haven't played with this data, this is a kind of a problem that you wouldn't have with employment, presumably. There are cells in this data for certain counties and for certain small counties and certain quarters, that there are no vacancies, for instance, right? I mean, there might be no vacancies for a narrow two-digit occupation in a small county in one of these quarters, but then the next quarter there might be one. So we would have these changes from zeros to ones, and when we are taking the logs, and it, it ends up being, we thought that shouldn't be driving our results, and what we have done is done a couple of like hyperbolic sign transformation, and we dropped zeros from our sample. We ended up not finding those issues as driving this result at all. So now in the paper, initially we get into a lot of other issues that I think David emphasized at the end of his talk too. Like, I mean, this might be, this is part of a larger debate, right? Is the minimum wage helping in terms of other dimensions, other welfare measures that we have in mind? One thing we have done, for instance, which we haven't reported in the presentation here, is that we can stick with our empirical specification and essentially look at and see if we see disproportionately different effects depending on how large the poverty rate in one county is. And what we ended up finding is that, if anything, the vacancy declines are disproportionately larger in counties with larger poverty rates to begin with. And the poverty rates, we are normalizing it to 2005 levels, essentially, before any of these changes happen. In the paper, we also get a lot into the this type of heterogeneous effects based on the routine versus non-routine kind of distinctions. We don't have a very clear result there, and I think it has a lot to do with the risky or the at-risk occupations that we identify, because we don't have. If you think about that sort of the routine manual, joint distribution, we don't have occupations that fills up all the cells. So that's part of the reason why we're not getting really clear answers. So we couldn't really relate to those stories where you think about, well, maybe some of this is just firms responding by reducing job openings for these certain occupations and then substituting for labor, substituting capital instead. It was sort of hard for us to sort of get at that. But these are, that's basically what we have done. Now, in the paper, we try to get at, like, what does this mean about the greater minimum wage literature in some sense? We, to the best of our ability, we have been trying to not take any side per se, because we don't have employment in this paper. But I think what's really important is that we know that the vacancy results are very robust and they're negative. And it should appear on the hiring margin if you have that turnover data. And sort of, work by Michael and his co-authors have shown us in essentially that that's the case. The turnover actually comes down. So whether or not that decline in turnover appears on both margins, both inflows and outflows, and on net doesn't affect the employment margin, is still an open question, I think. And that's where we come to play. But broadly speaking, we think of this as a sort of a first paper in an agenda where we should really focus on all sorts of different margins for firms where they can make these adjustments in response to a policy change like this, minimum wage. Be it hours margin, be it maybe deferred wage increases given the minimum wage hikes, or changing the recruitment effort or recruitment margin. So these are, I think, all parts of a very bigger puzzle. That's it, really. Thank you.
So an issue for this analysis is like surely got to be that you guys measure postings and not the actual amount of positions that are open, which is what JOLTS measures, and for good reason, because that is a measure of how many positions are trying to be filled. I think this is important in this case, right? So if Walmart cuts, so Walmart's always hiring for people to work on checkouts, and they cut the amount of positions that they're trying to hire by half, then we kind of wouldn't see this in this data. We'd just see one ad in both cases. So I think in that sense, your result's actually a lower bound in terms of magnitudes. And so first question was, I would wonder whether you guys had kind of thought about that and discussed it. And the second was, I think that poses problems for thinking about heterogeneity and the effects across, say, regions. For example, if firms are smaller in those more impoverished areas, then you're going to measure larger changes because most of them have got, again, you don't have these large firms with like one vacancy, which is actually represents like 50 positions.
Yeah. No, I think you touched upon a very good point with this new sort of vacancy data outside the JOLTS sphere. And that's pretty much the case in the burning glass data too.
I want to highlight the burning glass data shouldn't be used for this as well.
Yeah. I just wanted to make sure so that's the case because, and for our analysis here, another problem might be, in some sense, we are essentially just trusting the conference board or burning glass or whoever aggregates this, that they have identified the true number of vacancies with the true location, right? So in the
we know that they haven't because they measure ads, not vacancies in the same way that
yes.
They fill jobs from within or through friends and referral networks.
That's true. But that's a problem in the JOLTS too, in some sense, right? I mean, it's independent from the data quality.
No, it's not. The BLS, you can go on the JOLTS website and read what the BLS measures, and it's not a problem for the JOLTS. The JOLTS asks, how many positions do you have open?
Actively recruiting. Yeah.
You're trying to recruit actively from outside the establishment. That does not need to be an ad. My argument is that your results probably a lower bound for those.
Yeah. Well, no, what I meant to say is like some of employment in those occupations we know from like work by Steve Davis and co-authors, right? Employment in those establishments can go without the corresponding vacancy, previous month or two, right? So that might happen in the JOLTS data too. So
that's a stock and flow.
Yeah.
They only report what's open at the end of the month.
Exactly. But one thing that we, when we are sort of cleaning the data and sort of getting our sample, we are really focusing on the job openings numbers, the conference board reports, that's assigned to one county, right? So if you are a firm that didn't really, I mean, if the conference board couldn't identify which location it is, but it's essentially U.S. firm and U.S. job openings, it's not going to be in this analysis too. So there's all sorts of other problems with the data measurement. But thanks for raising it. Yeah.
Right, we have time for one more question, and then we'll transition right away to Brian's talk.
Very brief point on magnitudes. So in Seattle, where the minimum wage increased by about 30%, so our analysis of workers followed longitudinally tracked about an 8% reduction in turnover rates. And so back of the envelope, it's a magnitude that's consistent with basically all these results being a result of lower turnover rather than any reduced
Net
workforce
employment, yeah.
magnitude.
In our paper too.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Murad. All right, Brian will now present his work on minimum wages and the rigid wage channel of monetary policy. I'm sure there are lots to discuss, but if everybody can just settle down, Brian can begin his presentation.
Thank you. So this is joint work with Robbie Minton, who is here or was here. Maybe he's in the bathroom right now. So the basic idea is that monetary policy acts on nominal rigidities, and the minimum wage is a legislatively fixed nominal object. Consequently, the real minimum wage is relaxed by inflation. Workers can be hired at a cheaper real wage. So the question we pose is, does monetary policy have a larger effect on employment in the presence of a higher share of minimum wage workers? And if so, how quantitatively important is this particular channel of monetary policy? So to think about this intuitively for a moment, consider the real profit maximization problem of a competitive firm, where L here is labor subject to the wage floor, and X is all other inputs. So if we think of expansionary monetary policy as increasing prices, so both input prices omega and the output price P, then the first term here in the maximization problem isn't changing. The second term isn't changing because both the numerator and denominator are increasing. But the third term, corresponding to minimum wage labor, is changing. So the denominator is increasing, but the numerator, the minimum wage, is staying the same. So consequently, this inflation would lead to a substitution effect toward low-skilled workers as the real minimum wage has fallen while other input prices have remained constant in real terms. Also a scale effect. So inflation has reduced real input price, and as a result, firms may want to use more of all inputs, scale up in general. And we're going to formalize the above ideas in a model and then test them empirically in some reduced form analysis. Before I get to that, I just want to point out that there's a big question of how many workers are actually affected by the minimum wage. So David Otter and co-authors find that minimum wages statistically affect wages of workers up to the 15th percentile of the wage distribution on average, so about 28% above the minimum wage. So the box plot on the bottom here is showing the distribution in any given year, the distribution across states in the share of minimum wage affected workers under this definition. And you can see that early on in the late 70s, early 80s, it's quite high. So the average, or median rather, around 25%. Over time, it tends to decrease. And you can see the solid line above is the federal minimum wage over time. So we can in fact see some jumps around in the share of workers that are affected by the minimum wage as a result of the changing minimum wage over time. That's some variation we're going to use a bit later as well. But let me start by describing the model. So the goal here is to generate quantitative implications about the effect of monetary policy on employment through the minimum wage channel only with our model. So we're going to allow all prices to be flexible except for the minimum wage, and we're going to calibrate steady state parameters in the model from the literature. We're also going to develop a core difference of our channel from the marginal propensity to consume channel of monetary policy. We're going to show that our model implies, and we find, larger effects on tradable employment than non-tradable employment, which is the opposite of what the MPC channel would suggest. And later, we're going to compare these magnitudes to those from our empirical findings. So just to start off, in our model, households in each state are going to supply low-skilled labor, high-skilled labor, and capital. The minimum wage is going to bind here, so the household low-skilled labor supply first-order condition does not hold. We're in sort of a disequilibrium a la Barrow and Grossman. The minimum wage is exogenous, and minimum wage labor in equilibrium is pinned down by the firm first-order condition, that is, demand for minimum wage labor. Consumption and capital are both going to be CES, constant elasticity of substitution, bundles of tradable good and a non-tradable good. There's no uncertainty in our model, so all shocks are going to be fully unanticipated. And the representative household in each state will solve essentially a maximization problem where they're maximizing their utility from consumption, also taking into account disutility from supplying low-skilled or high-skilled labor. Subject to budget constraint, law of motion for capital, and as noted, the low-skilled labor supply will be given, as will capital at time t equals 0. And the tradable and non-tradable firms in each state are going to maximize their period profits. So we're going to assume constant returns to scale here. Non-tradable output will be consumed in the state where it's produced. And a national firm combines state-level tradable output to form a single national tradable good that individuals in all states consume. Perfect substitutes here would imply that tradables are only produced in the states where it's cheapest to do so. But allowing for less than perfect substitutes will build in that components of the national tradable may need to be produced in specific states, even if it's a bit more expensive to do so. Finally, so money acts as a general equilibrium numeraire, and we're not going to model it beyond that. So in each period t, the money supply equals nominal GDP, the price level times output. And we're going to aim to match empirics that use Romer and Romer monetary policy shocks to interest rates. So we can calibrate the model shock to the log of the money supply by summing the effects of Romer and Romer shocks on log p and log y. And in the paper, we prove that there exists a steady state in which all nominal variables, including the minimum wage, grow at the same rate in all states. We expand around this steady state, yielding parameters to calibrate at their steady state values. We do this from the literature, so we're taking, for example, risk aversion, discount rate, the depreciation rate, and then importantly a number of elasticities, the elasticity of high-skilled labor supply, and then the elasticities of substitution between high-low-skilled labor, high-skilled labor and capital, and low-skilled labor and capital from the literature. And the only steady-state parameters that we vary by state and time are the cost share. So the cost share of minimum wage affected labor, non-minimum wage labor, and the residual capital shares. So we're allowing those to vary by time and state, and also tradable versus non-tradable, as plotted up here in this box plot. And basically, for each time period and state, we can compute these using BEA and CPS data. So having done this, we can compute IRFs, revealing the effect of a monetary policy shock on employment. We have an IRF for each state and time period because our calibrations differ for some variables, as I just mentioned, by state and time. So therefore, I'm going to show you the peak effect of monetary policy over 4 years as a function of the magnitude of the minimum wage shares and the time period in which the shock occurs. So first, starting with the results by the magnitude of the minimum wage share. So this figure on the left here is essentially showing what the peak effect of a 1 percentage point shock to the federal funds rate is on employment over a period of 4 years. So each individual dot corresponds to a state and year, and we also have it separately for tradables and non-tradables. So first of all, you'll notice that in a lot of cases, these effects are reasonably large, coming from this minimum wage channel. So for a decent number of states and times, we get peak employment effects of -1 percentage points, -1.5 percentage points, even -2 in a few cases, resulting from a 1 percentage point federal funds rate shock. I'll also point out that the tradable effect is a bit larger. That is, for any given minimum wage share, the disemployment effects are larger for tradable versus non-tradable sectors. And there are two reasons for that. So first of all, tradable production is more capital intensive, and low-skill employment is more substitutable with capital. Secondly, states are differentially affected by monetary policy, which can cause tradable production to shift to the more attractive states. The other thing I want to point out is the effects over time. So we see evidence of declining effects over time. So like the other box plots, this is showing in any given year the distribution across states. So early on in the late 70s, early 1980s, we see pretty large effects of -1.2, -1.3 log points. But by the time we get to the mid to late 2000s, we're down to 0.3 log points or so, -0.3 log points or so. So much smaller. Essentially, as the share of minimum wage workers is getting smaller over time, this effect of this channel of monetary policy's effect is beginning to die out somewhat. And this contributes also to the literature on the flattening of the Phillips curve. So it has been commented upon that monetary policy seems to be getting less efficacious over time, and we argue that this is a component of that. Okay, so with that in mind, I want to go to the data. So we're going to run some reduced form regressions. We're going to use data from the QCEW, so from 1975 when the QCEW data is first available through 2008, which is essentially when we hit the zero lower bound and the Romer and Romer federal funds rate shock series goes to zero for about a decade, or 7 years anyway. So we take the standard, we take the standard monetary policy regression used by Romer and others, which is just a regression of, in this case, changes in employment on its lags and changes in the federal funds rate, and we tweak it a bit. We change it as little as possible for our initial regression. We essentially just interact the federal funds rate change with the share of minimum wage workers. And this notation denotes that we're doing a full interaction, so we still have the level effect of the federal funds rate change in there and the level effect of the share of minimum wage workers in there. But this is going to allow us to ask and answer the question, is it the case that monetary policy has stronger effects where the share of minimum wage workers is higher? And so the answer to that is yes. This figure on the left is plotting that interaction coefficient. So what it's saying by being strong and negative is that the effects of a contractionary monetary policy shock are more contractionary where there is a higher share of minimum wage workers. To give you a more precise number on it, we can look at the distribution of minimum wage affected workers' cost shares, and I can put it this way. So a state at the 90th percentile of the minimum wage affected cost share will experience a decline in employment that's approximately 2.7 percentage points greater at peak than a state at the 10th percentile as a result of this Romer and Romer one-unit federal funds shock. And this result is quite robust, so I'm going to walk you through a number of different robustness checks we do and alternative approaches. The magnitude will bounce around a little bit, but the conclusion that the effect of monetary policy is stronger where there are a higher share of minimum wage workers is going to hold up across all of them. So here we use the local projections approach pioneered by Jorda 2005 instead of the distributed lag approach I used in my main specification. Similar result, slightly smaller peak magnitude. So I told you about this threshold where Otter and co-authors find that the minimum wages statistically affect wages of workers up to the 15th percentile of the wage distribution. There is non-significant evidence from that same paper of effects up to the 25th percentile of the wage distribution, so 40% above the minimum wage. So I can essentially narrow or widen the band around which I'm defining minimum wage workers. And the result is robust essentially to that. Indeed, we see that the result is strongest for minimum wage workers only, which is what we should expect, the individuals who are closest to the minimum wage, who are the actual minimum wage workers, and a bit smaller for the workers who are further up the distribution. Although I should point out that you can see in the right panel the standard errors are getting smaller, so it's not as if we're just adding noise by widening the band. It does seem to be the case that these spillovers may be part of the channel, and it's not just adding noise by widening our definition. That may also be one of the reasons why we get a large effect size. So the effects remain significant if we use VAR shocks rather than these Romer and Romer narrative shock series. So that's on the left here. Again, a slightly or somewhat smaller magnitude than baseline, but still there. Another thing we can do is we can just go and run the same experiment in Canada using data on provinces rather than states over time, get a very similar effect, and qualitatively larger magnitude in the case of Canada. Another series we can use, so we could, instead of using the Romer and Romer shocks to the federal funds rate, we can just use raw changes in the federal funds rate. Probably more endogenous, but nonetheless the effect holds up. So this is rerunning our baseline specification with the raw federal funds rate changes. This is adding some state and time fixed effects and a shift share, which I'll tell you about a bit more momentarily. And again, we find qualitatively similar effects, although smaller effect size, smaller magnitudes than some of the earlier specifications here. So, one thing that you might wonder is, well, what if states with a high share of minimum wage workers have different industries than other states? And also, what if these are the industries that are more exposed to, more affected by monetary policy? So the two things to say to that. First of all, the result is robust to the addition of state and time fixed effects. It's also robust to adding a shift share control constructed as follows. Take national employment growth in each industry, and then for each state and time period, weight national industry employment growth by the employment share in that industry previous period. Essentially what we're doing here is controlling for the component of employment change that is predictable from industry composition. And if we add these controls, there's the state and time fixed effects, and the state and time fixed effects plus the Bartik side by side. We get a bit more by the end, return back to a zero effect, but it's definitely the case that for the first 2-3 years we continue to have this same qualitative pattern. A few other things I want to tell you about briefly. So we can control for a number of other things that may be important and may relate to other channels of monetary policy. So crude measures of banking use like deposits per capita, the share of liquid deposits in banks, so checking deposits divided by total deposits, personal income per capita, of course varies across places and times and would relate to the MPC channel of monetary policy. We can take these variables and interact them with our monetary policy shock series to control for the conjecture that our effects just go through these and our minimum wage share is correlated with these. And if we do that, and also a few others like the union cost share, government employment cost share, add these in as controls, we get the same result as we saw in baseline qualitatively. Sometimes the magnitude changes a little bit, but very similar qualitatively once we add these in. So our one specification that we really like, perhaps our preferred specification, is the following. So what if you're worried that certain states are more responsive to monetary policy for reasons unrelated to but correlated with the minimum wage? We can allow monetary policy efficacy to vary by state by adding sort of a term that interacts a state fixed effect with our federal funds rate shock series. And what if the efficacy of monetary policy is declining over time for reasons unrelated to the minimum wage? Well, then similarly, we can take this linear time trend and interact it with our federal funds rate shock series. And if we run this specification, again, we get very much the same pattern qualitatively. The effect size is negative 0.35 at peak compared to negative 0.6 for baseline, but qualitatively very much the same pattern. That is, stronger effects of monetary policy in the places with a higher cost share of minimum wage workers. Now, so far we've probed the causality a bit of our results through various controls. We want to turn to an IV alternative next. So a key determinant of the state minimum wage share is the level of the state minimum wage, which is legislated. So I showed you earlier that the minimum wage share was bouncing around a bit when those federal minimum wage changes occurred. So we're going to run an IV specification analogous to our baseline, but instrument the minimum wage share with the actual minimum wage. And I do want to point out that high minimum wage share states are changing over time, partially as a result of state minimum wages changing. So for example, if we look at the start of our sample, it's the case that the states with the highest share of minimum wage workers tended to be clustered in the southeast, maybe some in the upper Midwest. By the time we get to the late 90s, there's less in the coastal southeast, still some in the south. We're seeing some in the west also as a result of places like Oregon and California passing state minimum wage increases. And by the time we get to 2003, 2006, very near the end of our sample, the dominant places are indeed the places that have their own state minimum wages. And the southeast, for example, has a very low share of minimum wage workers by that point. So this is the result of our IV specification. Again, same as the baseline. We're just instrumenting the minimum wage share with the actual level of the state minimum wage. And again, qualitatively similar pattern. So one other thing I want to do is get at this a little bit more directly. So look at whether indeed disproportionately we're seeing job separations of near minimum wage workers. So the CPS is partially longitudinal in nature. Households are in there for 4 months in a row. They're out for 8 months. And they're back in for another 4 months. And in the 4th month, individuals are asked a variety of questions about their employment and their wage status, including hourly wage. 12 months later, they're asked the same questions again. So we can leverage this data to determine whether contractionary monetary policy does indeed lead to changes in job separation that disproportionately affect minimum wage workers. And indeed, that is what we find evidence of. It is the case that this job separations effect goes disproportionately through workers that are near the minimum wage, and that remains true if we add in state by time fixed effects. Another thing I want to point out is, I've shown you results that have reasonably large effect sizes so far. I do want to point out that the effect needn't only be about minimum wage workers. So for example, consider a firm that hires minimum wage workers amongst others and is hit by contractionary monetary policy. Well, firms, they can't lower the wage of their minimum wage workers, and instead they may fail, leading more than just minimum wage workers to become unemployed. In other words, part of the effect may proceed through a firm failure channel. And one can analyze this by putting the change in the number of establishments on the left-hand side rather than the change in employment. And these effects are not quite as strongly significant, but in both the baseline and the version with the shift share and state and time fixed effects, there is some evidence of reduced business formation in response to contractionary shocks in places with higher minimum wage shares. one thing I want to get back to is our model suggested a larger effect for tradables. As I alluded to earlier, the MPC channel of monetary policy would suggest a larger effect for non-tradables. The non-tradables need to be produced locally. If a certain area has a shock to its amount of spending, you'd particularly expect to see non-tradables employment affected. But our model suggested a larger effect on tradables, and that is in fact what we find in the data. So it's consistent with the model, consistent with our channel of monetary policy. And I've focused today on the minimum wage, but there are other potential sources of wage rigidity in modern economies that matter a lot as well. So union contracts, for example, may behave in a similar way, contribute to downward wage rigidity. Government jobs may also be protected from wage cuts, and so one can ask a similar question, similar setup. Does monetary policy have larger effects in the context of a higher share of unionized or government employees? And we find a similar thing in this context as well. So this is controlling as well for the interaction between the minimum wage share and the federal funds rate shock. So these are independent of the minimum wage channel as well. We're getting both of these results at the same time. So essentially, the minimum wage channel of monetary policy may just be one individual important component of the overall rigid wage channel of monetary policy. And I want to put a little bit of a magnitude on how large we should expect these effects to be as a fraction of the total effect of monetary policy. So the peak effect, if we just run a standard Romer and Romer regression, no interaction effects or anything like that, to get a sense of what the peak effect of monetary policy overall is, then during the 1975 to 1990 period, it was a 4 percentage point reduction in employment as a result of a 1 percentage point federal funds rate shock. Our preferred empirical specification, the one I mentioned earlier with all the bells and whistles, that comes in right around the midpoint of our effect sizes and also roughly matches the model's effect sizes, has a peak interaction effect of approximately negative 0.35. If we take the average minimum wage cost share over this period, multiply that through, we can do a little back-of-the-envelope calculation, which implies that over the 1975 to 1990 period, when minimum wages were pretty large component of modern economies, we saw a lot of different states had very high minimum wage shares in this era. The minimum wage channel of monetary policy was responsible for a bit under 40% of monetary policy's total effect, our computations would suggest. And as noted earlier, this is a channel that we think has gotten less important over time as the minimum wage share has gone down, down, down. So in conclusion, minimum wages represent a legislatively sticky wage in the economy. Our model and empirical results show that the minimum wage is an important transmission mechanism for monetary policy. That is, the effect of monetary policy is greater in states and times when the share of minimum wage workers is high. And some back-of-the-envelope calculations suggest that this channel may account for around 40% of the effect of monetary policy on employment in the 70s and 80s. And it may help explain why the effect of monetary policy is falling over time, since those minimum wage shares are falling as well. Thank you all for your attention.
This is a really interesting paper. I've been looking for a paper like this for a long time, so thank you and congratulations. Your order, Manning and Smith, spillover effects going up to the 28th percentile, I think, those are pretty high. I think the subsequent literature has brought those down, and I would think it's more like around 15%. I don't know whether that will affect any of your subsequent results. I suspect it probably won't, but I think you should try out the lower spillover effects. And also the spillover effects might have been getting bigger in the last few 10 years, say, as minimum wage increases have gotten bigger. So that could work in the other way.
Yeah, that's an excellent point. So we'd thought a bit about what the exact value should be that we followed up the distribution, hence those regressions where we sort of increased or narrowed the band and found qualitatively similar results. But your point about the extent of the spillover changing over time is an interesting one that we hadn't thought too much about, but it's an interesting one, which we will.
I agree. Really interesting. Michael and I always agree. That's 2 in a row. But a couple questions. I'm sorry I had to miss the beginning. I had a phone call. But I'm curious whether you see this in nominal wage reductions, right? A natural question. I'm wondering whether, you not only reduce employment of the people for whom sort of productivity falls, marginal product falls below the wage because of the minimum wage, but you increase hiring of other workers. And then depending, more skilled, then depending on labor supply elasticities, right, that affects the extent to which the monetary shock gets transmitted, right? And the other thing I'm wondering is whether, this seems to have implications for looking at what's happening to wage growth, which of course conditions on employment, to figure out if monetary policy is having an effect or not, right? Because if you're getting, relatively more employment decline when the minimum wage share is high, the ECI or whatever your preferred measure is, sort of in the same places where the minimum wage share is high is going to not have declined, even though in a sense the labor market has gotten more slack.
Yeah, so thanks for the comments. So in terms of wages, for example, we've struggled to find that much on nominal wages in terms of effects. We've run similar regressions and haven't found all that much, at least especially in the early couple of years time horizon after the shock. Maybe there's a little bit of evidence of something starting to manifest itself a few years out. With regard to this question of so we can look at also what the total wage bill is over time, and there are a few things going on there. Of course, there's the employment effect, and there's also potentially an effect on wages for individuals. And like I said, the wage effect, we've had trouble finding that too much going on there. We find some effect on prices as well, but it's a few years out, so it's not as rapid as the effect we find on employment. But it's certainly something that we're continuing to think about.
Thank you. So you showed us monetary policy shocks are contractionary, are more so in markets, geographical markets in which the share of minimum wage workers is higher. But by now there is an ever-growing body of evidence on the distributional effect of monetary policy. Monetary policy is more expansionary, more contractionary, vis-a-vis the marginal worker, who tends to be the relatively lower productivity worker, who is more likely to be paid the minimum wage. So in a sense, if I were to look at the effects of monetary policy at different decile of the wage distributions or different group of workers that are relatively more vulnerable in the labor market sense, then I would probably find effects similar to the ones that you point out. I've checked that. So the question is, in a way, perhaps the effect could be incidental. We're talking about workers who are relatively more exposed rather than the minimum wage per se being an important part of the transmission mechanism of monetary policy.
Yeah, so in principle, I agree that for many of the regressions, it could be driven by that. One thing that I want to reemphasize, though, is our IV specification, where we literally use the minimum wage, the level of the minimum wage in the state, the legislated level of the minimum wage. So, for example, California, for example, may have a certain share of low-income workers. If then it increases its minimum wage and it has a much higher fraction of minimum wage workers, it doesn't have a different fraction of overall low-wage workers than before, but it has more actual minimum wage workers. And what that specification is saying is that then the effect becomes stronger in California post that increase of the minimum wage and therefore the increase of the minimum wage share. So it really does seem to be something about minimum wage workers in particular and not just the fact that they're low wage or near low wage.
Just to follow up, I thought that you pointed out to the minimum wage as being a mechanism for wage rigidities, but you would think that some workers grow in and out of the minimum wage. So I thought that yours was more of an argument as to how it behaves as a firm over the cycle, as opposed to a cross-sectional argument as to how many workers are exposed at a point in time to the minimum wage.
Certain workers
But
may
I don't
be,
mean to hang you up, so we can
no,
talk more.
certain workers may be going in and out of the minimum wage, but when California dramatically increases its minimum wage, that's dramatically increasing the fraction of people who are actual minimum wage workers, but not having any effect on the fraction of workers who are low-wage workers. And so if this was just about, going through the channel, if you have a certain share of low-wage workers, then the effect of monetary policy shouldn't ratchet up in California after that minimum wage increase, but it does.
Oh, I'll ask one. I'm here. I wonder if you looked at the effect of expansionary versus contractionary shocks. This should be a rigidity that hits on the way down, but on the way up it should be. So you should get a symmetry, I think, if this is important channel. That's, I think, the spirit of my question.
So I actually, I don't think in general one needs to get asymmetry unless, it's binding in a certain way, and minimum wage workers are, entirely getting above or below the new minimum wage. So for example, let's consider both of them in turn. If you have a contractionary monetary policy, then that's making these minimum wage workers relatively more expensive, making them more costly. You may want to lay them off or hire less of them. If you have expansionary monetary policy, then it's making them cheaper, and you may want to hire more of them or reduce your layoffs of them. So as long as there are sufficiently many workers, minimum wage workers and would-be minimum wage workers around the actual minimum wage, you won't get that asymmetry, but you may get it if, for example, all workers were above or below the minimum wage.
One question here. It seems like you've done most of the work that would allow you to compute another row in David's database, which would be sort of what the effect of real minimum wages on employment through these, to me, would be a novel instrument, which is unexpected monetary policy.
Yeah, so I guess one way of looking at this is that this is a type of shock that may give some variation that potentially allows us to speak a little bit to that literature as well. So far, we haven't been thinking of the paper too much in that light, but you're right that it does potentially yield some evidence in that dimension as well.
I think this is actually a related question, which is there any reason that the channel you described here, which is about the efficacy of monetary policy, which is great, but is there any reason that it doesn't apply equally to any aggregate demand shock? And if so, is there, I guess when thinking about the efficacy of monetary policy, then this sounds like, oh, great, we want it to be, we want it to work, so minimum wage is good. And I guess I'm wondering if there are implications for like magnification during recessions from your findings.
Yeah, it's a good point. So for example, there should be a similar result, it's unemployment from fiscal policy shocks, for example, and we've done a little bit of analysis that suggests, the standard errors aren't as tight, but it is suggestive of a similar mechanism in that direction. And yes, I suppose you're right that aggregate demand shocks in general, there may be a similar effect there as well. So yeah, it's not necessarily just exclusively about monetary policy.
So two quick things. First of all, I'm not so high on using the minimum wage as an level as an instrument. I mean, because it is fundamentally an employment equation, right? So I'm not so sure I'd lean on that heavily. The other thing I think is worth thinking about it. I always get asked, like, shouldn't we raise the minimum wage when the economy is doing really well? And the evidence on that, it's intuitive, but the evidence on that is like doesn't establish anything at all. But people are usually doing some kind of GDP growth shock or state GSP growth shock, which is probably not that great a measure. But where you could actually do that with a monetary policy shock in a way that I gather it's not my area. sort of widely accepted as a relevant shock variable, and see if you actually, like, if the effects of minimum wage increases are more modest when positive shocks are going on.
I see. So almost the converse in some way. Take a look at what the effects of minimum wage changes are in the context of differing monetary policy regimes. Yeah, that's an excellent suggestion. Great. Thank you.
policy affecting textile workers, a 1912 Massachusetts minimum wage policy affecting women and children under 18, or a 1938 federal minimum wage policy affecting all workers. All right, so as you send your answers, we'll see the update in the polling. ABC is 1908. Oh.
How do we go back? Here you go.
2333. Thanks all. The right answer. So most of you got it right.
Anybody else need this info? All right, some of you got it. All right, well, should we go ahead? Well, thank you. Great to see everybody. It's my pleasure to moderate this panel this afternoon, the last session of today before we go to the reception. We have a group of distinguished experts focusing really on federal policy, and mostly on federal policy and how minimum wage policies might affect the economy overall. I will briefly introduce them. Will Carrington, former principal analyst at the Congressional Budget Office, recently retired from CBO, but has done research on minimum wage among many other policies for a long time. Laura Fiveson, Deputy Assistant Secretary for Economic Policy at the U.S. Treasury Department. Raj Nayak, Assistant Secretary for Policy at U.S. Department of Labor. And Lee Ohanian, Professor of Economics at UCLA and a long-term advisor to the Minneapolis Fed. So thank you all for being here. I get to be the moderator, which is a lot of fun for me because I get to ask you a bunch of questions that I'm really curious about. So I'm going to start, and maybe we'll just, each of you, just take a few minutes to try to address this fundamental question. Labor share of income has been declining for decades across the U.S. economy. People will point to the decline in power of labor unions as one cause of that. Firms have more power, especially large firms have more power, another cause. People point to trade, people point to technology development. I'm curious, as you've studied the minimum wage, do you think that raising the minimum wage is an effective tool to reverse this trend and actually increase labor share of income? Happy to have anybody start who wants to. Will.
I think my read of it is it sort of comes down a little to what you think the elasticity of labor demand is for the affected workers.
Hold on for a second. Is your mic on?
Oh, my apologies. I'm sorry. That it comes down to how you think about the elasticity of demand for affected workers, and our judgment at CBO, and I think this is still my judgment, is that it's close to 1. And so the net wage bill for low-wage workers doesn't actually increase all that much when you increase the minimum wage, so it doesn't really affect all that much the fraction of the wage bill that goes to low-wage workers. So my answer is mostly, there might be other reasons to do it, but that it wouldn't have much effect on this particular index.
Thank you. Laura?
So I agree that the extent to which an increase in minimum wage would affect the labor share has to do with what this elasticity is. I am not going to weigh in on this today. I've learned that there are experts studying this for decades in this room, and I don't want to cross anyone. But what I will say is that I think at least from in preparing for this and reading the literature, I think I at least feel humble in what I know about the long-term employment effects of an increase in the federal minimum wage. And this comes to that whole list of studies that we saw before. A lot of those, or all of those maybe, were dependent on state-level minimum wage increases. We know we look today at local area, city-level minimum wage increases. And so neither of these maybe directly will give us the answer to what happens when we increase the federal minimum wage. But putting that aside, and I almost certainly will come back to that, I think even if the elasticity is very low, and we don't have big disemployment effects in the long term, I don't think that the minimum wage it would be a very effective way of increasing the labor share. And I don't think that is the goal of the policy. I mean, that should be the goal of the policy when policymakers are considering the minimum wage. And I guess I just wanted to, I'll pass it on in one moment, but just say, like, I think as a policymaker, when we're thinking about increasing the minimum wage, the benefit is not the effect on the aggregate labor share. The benefit is the welfare effects on these vulnerable low-income workers. And we haven't talked much about the benefit of minimum wages today. We talk more about the costs, which are extremely important to balance when we're deciding minimum wage policy. But those are strong benefits. And even if we raise the welfare of vulnerable low-income workers at the expense of higher prices, which are felt along the income distribution, and it doesn't necessarily have a big effect on the labor share at all, that could still be a great reason to raise the minimum wage.
Thank you. Raj?
Yeah, no, that's a good question. Thank you for having me today. I'd start a little bit with where Laura started to say that, I know that there are lots of tools for increasing labor share, and just to put out there, steps to improve labor market competition, making sure workers have the right to join a union so if they so choose, are some other kind of direct ways. From my perspective, only Congress can, of course, raise the federal minimum wage applicable to all private sector workers, but there have been some kind of limited opportunities for executive action in this space over the years. We can look at what's happened, or what we had projected at least there. I think you all can look at what's happened there. I might just talk briefly about one from this administration and touch on some of the themes that Laura brought up. One example was in April 2021, President Biden signed an executive order essentially raising the minimum wage for employers on federal contracts from $10.95, which was the rate set by the Obama administration in an executive order that kind of did the same thing, to $15. And it did it in one fell swoop, right, as of January 30th, 2022. And also, I really appreciate some of the early conversation on tipped workers. It raised the minimum wage for tipped workers from $7.65 to $10.50. It actually will go up to the full minimum wage for federal contract employees, but that was phased in over time. The executive order kind of came with the acknowledgement that raising the minimum wage for employees on federal contracts is good for potentially those workers, but also for taxpayers. It increases worker productivity, generates higher quality work product, boosts workers' health and morale. It reduces absenteeism and turnover, and thereby ideally lowers supervisory and training costs. And the executive order directed the Department of Labor to issue implementing regulations, which is kind of what we do for these executive orders, which took us just over 7 months. In conducting our rulemaking in 2021, we used wage data from 2019, the 2019 CPS, in part because we are not as brave as Dr. Nath and her colleagues here to try to isolate pandemic and protests and wage shortages, rather labor shortages and everything else. So we looked at that to say, we estimated that 1.8 million workers on these, there are 1.8 million workers on these covered contracts, and a fair number would see a raise over the course of this first year. One thing we started doing in cost-benefit analysis, though, whenever possible, is trying to disaggregate the impact on various groups. You all might know President Biden signed another executive order just this April, amending Executive Order 12866, which calls for cost-benefit analysis and regulatory review, and says to agencies, among other things, you should really craft analysis that looks at distributive impacts and equity to the extent permitted by law. So we've kind of done that over the years. So on our regulatory impact analysis for the minimum wage executive order, we found, for example, that women make up 46.7% of the overall workforce in the 2019 CPS, but they would represent 54.4% of the workers impacted by this executive action. Black workers are 12.4% of the workforce, but they'd be 15.7% of the impacted workers here. Hispanic workers, 18.1% of the workforce, and 25.7% of impacted workers. And not surprisingly, I think both workers 16 to 25 and workers with only high school diplomas would be disproportionately impacted by this action. So the rule took effect in January 2022. It's starting to apply to new contracts kind of as they come online. And so another place where there could be some really interesting analysis for all of you folks going forward.
Thank you. Lee.
Yeah, thank you, Neel. It's great to great to join everyone today, and I enjoyed the earlier sessions. I have reservations about using the minimum wage as a policy tool to increase labor share. My view about that is based on research I've done at the aggregate level of what happens in an economy when
you make workers more expensive, and this was based on studies I did about the New Deal in the U.S., the 1930s, Northern and Western Europe from 1950 to 2010, and then in the country's Rust Belt after World War II. And in all those studies, I found that making labor substantially more expensive resulted in much less labor employed. Numbers were coming in about the size of the study that Anusha talked about. And beyond that, I worry about the minimum wage because it has asymmetric effects depending upon industry. About 2/3 of minimum wage workers in leisure and hospitality. So when Anusha showed us the loss in restaurants, I thought, yeah, absolutely, that's where we're going to see that. There's also asymmetries across states. If we were talking about federal minimum wage, I think southern states could be substantially impacted. Median wage in Mississippi right now is $17 and change. New Mexico, Alabama, Louisiana are not all that different. So that gives me concern about having kind of a one-size-fits-all minimum wage policy. There's also asymmetric effects across workers. Many minimum wage workers are very early in their career. They're very young. They haven't built up a lot of human capital. And we know from age earnings profiles that those from 20 to 24, 10 years later when they're 30 to 34, they've experienced about a 60% wage increase. And a lot of those increases are coming from the human capital they're accumulating as part of the experience they're obtaining being on these training jobs. And back in the day, I was one of those trainees earning the minimum wage. I won't tell you what the number is because that'll date me too much. And when I look at the leisure and hospitality industry and we talk about what happens, that would be the industry most affected. Margins of that industry definitely are tight. We talked earlier about fast food restaurants and full service restaurants. Profit margins there are between kind of 4 to 7%, so there's just not a lot of wiggle room there. It's also something that came up a little bit earlier, but I worry about automation. So if you know anybody who works in the restaurant industry, you may have heard about Flippy, which is a robotic arm that can turn over any food item on a flat grill. Flippy costs about $10 an hour, including 7-day coverage of maintenance and repair. There's also the Wingman. The Wingman is a robotic deep fryer that does, the Wingman does chicken wings, French fries. As a public service announcement, please be careful about how much of this type of food you eat. The Wingman comes in about $9.50 an hour. So when I think about the many people working in minimum wage are very young. They're accumulating that experience. We live, one thing that I value so highly in the U.S. economy is we live in a very dynamic labor market. Last year, hiring every month was about 5% of the overall employment level, meaning there were about 80 million hires last year in an economy that net grew about 3 million or so. So we live in an economy where people are taking new jobs all the time, particularly when they're young. So a lot of the minimum wage workers today will not be the minimum wage workers of tomorrow or 2 years from now. And to the extent that the minimum wage can be a rob Peter to pay Paul type of policy lever, I just hate to see policies that impact economic freedom and that might impede the creation of productive exchanges between employers and employees.
So you may wonder, why am I asking the question about using minimum wage to increase labor share? This is more my own curiosity, which is I would have thought that in a very tight labor market that we would see labor share increase, but we're not seeing labor share increase. And so the question I keep asking our economists here is, if we're not going to see labor share increase right now, exactly when are we going to see labor share increase? And so that's my curiosity of maybe minimum wage could be a tool. So it doesn't sound like this group thinks that minimum wage is an appropriate tool to reverse labor share. But let's just think about for the low wage workers who would be covered by minimum wage. let's think about potential trade-offs among low-wage workers. So Laura, you said, hey, this is a good policy because we want to benefit people who've been suffering in our economy, and this is a tool to benefit them. Do you see trade-offs within that group? Like some folks will benefit, and then hopefully far fewer will be harmed by it. But are there trade-offs even within that cohort to think about?
I mean, there absolutely. It largely depends on what the disemployment or the dis-hour effect is, I guess. So for sure that there's a possibility of trade-offs, and I think that for any government that is considering implementing the minimum wage, they need to do the best job they can to, I mean, whether it's the federal government or state and local government, they need to do the best job they can to use, you know, the literature out there to understand what those effects are for their locality. If there are disemployment effects for teenage workers, and for example, or if that's where they're concentrated, then that is exactly, I mean, this was going back to one of the slides earlier today. I mean, that's exactly the cost-benefit analysis that we have to do, is say, are the benefits, the increased income for all of those who are working offset by, offset or not fully offset by the loss in employment for those workers. And I really, I mean, I want to, explore a little bit more what the long-term effects of less teenage employment might be in order to understand what those, to fully understand what those trade-offs are. One other thing I'll say is, I mean, this really depends on what level. So right now, the federal minimum wage is $7.25 an hour. So if we're talking about federal minimum wage policy, we're at a very low bar, and that's even for the lowest cost of living place, according to I guess it was EPI where I found, but is if you have the minimum wage, you're making the minimum wage 40 hours a week, 52 weeks a year, in the lowest cost of living place, you get only 80% of covering for a single adult transportation, food, and housing. So I think that we could consider whether kind of raising the lower bar for federal minimum wage policy to a place that we aren't hitting, like perhaps bigger disemployment effects, is something that where the benefits may outweigh the costs.
Others want to chime in on trade-offs? Will?
Yeah, I have 2 points. One is I'd like to place minimum wages in the context of other federal policies. So minimum wage is one way in which the federal government can attempt to raise the after-tax, after-transfer income of low-wage workers. There are other options, including things like SNAP, but also most prominently, the one that most resembles it is the EITC. Relative to the minimum wage, the EITC is better targeted towards poverty, in the sense that there are people who you describe, but there are also a lot of low-wage workers who are part of families that are not poor. And so one of the traditional critiques, people can debate about how valid this is, but is that a lot of low-wage workers don't live in poor households. And the EITC, in contrast, bumps up low-wage workers' post-tax earnings in a way that's very targeted on poverty. Related to that, one last point, Raj raised some interesting questions. You didn't quite frame this way, but there's a lot of people who are pro-minimum wage because they think it's good for the fisc, good for the federal budget. And yes, it does, even if they're, especially if elasticities are very low, it does direct some extra income to low-income people. They do pay taxes. They do take fewer transfers. However, that money comes from business owners and consumers who have lower real income. They pay fewer taxes. So the net fiscal effect is, and this was per a CBO analysis, it was very thorough, is de minimis. So there may be, again, other reasons to do it, but to improve the federal budget is not a good reason to change the minimum wage.
So I really like the idea of expanding the EITC. It's much more targeted, as Will mentioned. And if we think about that in the context of broader scope of policies, and we think about, say, the full-time workers Laura's mentioning, who are really struggling, how do we support those people? I think all discussions and debates about the minimum wage at some level kind of dance around the problem of why a lot of those people wound up there. And that brings me back to a K through 12 public school system, that if that was performing at a higher level, I think we wouldn't be having these types of discussions, or perhaps not as many of these discussions. You know, when you look at we're producing too many kids who by 12th grade are just not accumulating the level of skills and knowledge to compete for decent paying jobs. So the Department of Education has the National Assessment of Educational Progress. And right now, 71% of 12th graders, I believe, lack proficiency in reading. 76% lack proficiency in math. I find those numbers just unacceptable. Among workers 16 to 65 among the OECD, US workers come in last, not the people here in this room, but they come in last in applying relatively elementary being able to apply relatively elementary mathematical applications. So US workers are last in the OECD. And what I mean by that is, for example, adding two numbers and then with decimals and dividing by 2. We come in last with that task. So if you think about that level of mathematical competence, there's going to be a lot of jobs just aren't going to be accessible for our workers. So I think if we did more to fix that, we would be having less of these types of discussions down the road.
So let me ask you,
I might just,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Just step in briefly, because I'm not a labor economist, so I'm unique on this panel.
Neither am I.
Oh no, perfect. We can be lawyers together. But the minimum wage, of course, isn't the only policy lever. But I will say that it is, one of the things to think about is it has effects, and it is one of the most studied areas. From what I know, you all might tell me, the labor economists might say no, there are other areas that are studied a lot. I will say, and I actually really appreciate the additional analysis. All of the papers today, I had to step out during one, but it's fascinating to hear all of this. But taking a step back, I think that we do have a lot of evidence. The one I had to miss was Professor Newmark's paper, which I really wanted to hear, because I think he was doing the same thing, which is taking a step back and looking at the analysis. There is significant research in recent decades, including Professor Reich has with Aaron Dubé the papers on with advances in methodologies, including I think looking at minimum wages across different raises using computing power that at least I think is newer and more able to use. That at least the evidence is that there are minimum wage increases that have had fewer impacts. What I would say is some of them were smaller increases in minimum wage than what we've been talking about today. So this is both. There is a lot of research out there. It's always really good to have new research. But if we're thinking about evidence-based policymaking, you have to weigh in like the history of these analyses as well. So I wanted to throw that piece out there. The last piece, which is coming from me, is not a labor economist. Is it does make a difference if you have a federal minimum wage from the point of enforcement. If you're not being paid the wages you're owed, someone like the U.S. Department of Labor can only collect the minimum wage that's required by law. We can't collect contract wages, and there are folks in the workplace who don't get the wages that they're owed by their employer. They don't have a federal right of action under that if there's not a minimum wage law kind of undergirding that. So in terms of enforcement, it makes a big difference to those workers in low-wage industries.
So you all are prompting a lot of questions for me. So one question, and I want to come back to the earned income tax credit in a moment. One question I have when I think about potential trade-offs just intuitively, and I think, Laura, you said it, you got to balance the lower-wage workers who are going to benefit. Hopefully the net benefit far outweighs the cost to the low-wage workers who may suffer. As I think about it, especially with technology and the gig economy, it seems like if we keep raising the minimum wage, either federally or locally, you will push some people out of the organized labor force into the contract labor force. And there's no way of enforcing the minimum wage on contract workers. I can hire somebody to mow my lawn, I pay some kid $20, and if it takes him 5 hours to mow my lawn, it takes him 5 hours to mow my lawn. I'm just curious, how do you all think about keeping people in the organized formal economy versus the gig economy? Is that part of the trade-off that policymakers need to think about? Anybody have a view?
I think I have a view in that I think that is important to think about. I think for any minimum wage increase that we, again, we as someone, as a policymaker is deciding, we have to look at the evidence out there of similar minimum wage increases and look specifically at questions like this to see, did we see people move to the gig economy? So I agree that that's an important factor, and that would be a reason not to make a large move at one time. I mean, it's also a reason to kind of allow minimum wage increases to come in over time and to watch what's going on, and to potentially build in a pause button as well.
I love the additional opportunities that gig economy has created for workers. In my state of California, I was sad to see a new law pass, which that was called AB5, that made being an independent contractor illegal, essentially, in California. Because why stop that economic freedom? Why prevent those trades from taking place? And the law was not all that well done. The law, for example, exempted tow truck drivers who were affiliated with AAA, but tow truck drivers who were not affiliated with AAA were not exempted. Architects were exempted. Landscape architects were not exempted. So I think in addition to when we think more broadly about how do we help out the lowest earners, and here when we talk about the lowest earners, it's not the 16-year-old who's getting experience, but it's that 40-year-old who's stuck that Laura was mentioning about. More opportunities are better than less, and what we've done in California with that anti-independent contract law, I think, is something that pushes in the wrong direction.
What were you trying to say?
Just this issue of how the firms are allowed to classify people they deal with as independent contractors as opposed to employees has been contentious for 15 or 20 years, back to the Obama administration especially. And obviously the Trump administration was much less aggressive on enforcement in this area, for better or worse, as to whether opinions vary as to whether that's a good thing or a bad thing. And I guess my expectation is this will continue to be sort of controversial going forward.
So I think Lee mentioned and others mentioned the earned income tax credit as it's a common alternative that policymakers will point to who may not love the minimum wage. They say, well, the earned income tax credit is better. You don't have risk of any job destruction, so you don't have the same trade-offs, but you do have implications because taxpayers are funding the earned income tax credit. I also look at it and say, well, I don't know if any of you saw, a couple of Saturdays ago, there was a big article in the Wall Street Journal, an excerpt from a book, basically attacking the earned income tax credit, amongst other policies, but it was attacking the earned income tax credit as a windfall for businesses. So it allows businesses to keep wages low. They're going to be subsidized by the government. So let the government pay for part of their wage bill. I'm just curious. It doesn't seem like there's any perfect policy here to try to help low-income workers. Go ahead, Will.
I have strong opinions about this. It's true. I mean, they do. I mean, some of the incidents of any subsidy will go to both sides of the thing that's subsidized. And so some of the benefits, Walmart does pay somewhat lower wages. That's one of the reasons why it might actually increase employment as reducing it. So the fact that some of the incidents goes to the employers is a feature, not a bug. I'll note this is also true of many other policies. Some of the incidents of Medicaid or Medicare falls on doctors and other healthcare providers and hospitals instead of the people receiving the care. So this is like anytime we subsidize anything, some of the benefit's going to go to the providers or the people it wasn't directly directed to. That always happens.
So I like the EITC as well, but this is a reason that two policies or more at once can work together. So if you have the EITC and the minimum wage, then it reduces the ability for employers to lower their wage in order to capture the benefits.
Rod, were you trying to say?
She beat me to it.
Okay. Lee, anything to add?
EITC gives you a broad tax base, which we like. One issue, for example, like in Minneapolis, St. Paul, it's been really difficult politically to pull off a supplemental EITC at the local level. It just would have been very politically unpopular.
Yeah, and very hard to fund, at the local level. Yep. So how do you think about these potential trade-offs in terms of the context of the labor market when it's enacted? So when I've thought about it intuitively, people have asked me, I've said, well, if you raise the minimum wage and you have otherwise a very tight labor market, it seems like on the margin that the trade-offs would be smaller, there'd be fewer costs, versus if you have a recession and you're raising the minimum wage, it seems like it could be more costly. Does that affect your thinking? I was at a breakfast meeting this morning with some local leaders, labor leaders and business leaders who said, hey, when Minneapolis raised the minimum wage, voted to, they were getting ahead of the market. Now, because labor markets are tight, that minimum wage increase is not keeping up with market pressures. I'm just curious, how do market pressures factor in your assessment of these trade-offs?
I think there's two questions here. One is what the economic trade-offs are, and the other are the political trade-offs of the ability to pass in different time periods. And I won't speak to the latter. But I won't speak to the latter because I believe it's probably politically easier to do during a tight labor market, but I could be wrong about that. But I guess when I was thinking about this question, I would think the minimum wage must be, if there are any disemployment effects, they must be larger in recessions than they are when the labor market is tight. I don't know if this matters for when the minimum wage is the rise rate. Like, if you were in a recession and you have a minimum wage of $13, does it matter if you just raised it then or if you had raised it 5 years ago? I just don't see that it probably matters that much. The one place where it may matter is if you're raising minimum wage in a tight labor market when prices are also, inflation is high. Then if there's price pass-through, this will add some additional price pressures. But I'm skeptical that this is a one-time shift to the price level unless there's a really complicated price dynamic. It's possible, but it's unless there's a complicated price dynamic where people's inflation expectations change because of that one-time shift to the price level. I'm skeptical that that matters that much either.
There appear to be interesting differences in labor supply elasticities across very highly skilled workers and workers with less skills. I was looking at actually a BLS report about the North Dakota fracking boom. And I was looking at wage increases associated with the enormous boom they had in terms of work. And the number of people, relatively unskilled people working within the oil and gas industry in North Dakota rose by 300% over about a 4-year period. Wages rose about 28%. So incredibly high labor supply elasticity. Among professionals and technical people working in that industry, also about a 300% increase. Highly skilled people, their wages rose nearly doubled. So, so you can see, I think, large supply elasticity responses that are going to, even if labor demand is shifting out a lot, there's going to be a big increase in labor supply elasticity that's going to attenuate the higher wages.
Yeah,
but
except for unless you do the federal level. It's one thing to suck in workers from across the country to North Dakota.
That's right.
Rod, what were you going to say?
No, I was just going to say, I think that the other thing we see is employers competing on other grounds, right? So they're competing against each other on in terms of benefits and flexibility and ways to have voice in the workplace, and those sorts of things come up as well.
But sorry, back to the North Dakota example. I've used this example a lot because it's in our district, and when we always debate why is economic mobility declined in America, I actually point to North Dakota and say mobility hasn't declined, movement has declined. Right? People are not willing to move for $1 an hour extra. But if they can double their wages, they're willing to lift their families up and move or commute or whatnot, et cetera. Let's go back to, Will, you touched on this, the fiscal implications. You argued just a few moments ago that it isn't clear that there's any net fiscal implication to raising the federal minimum wage. Anybody want to take a different perspective on that?
I'm happy to.
Okay.
It just depends on what the disemployment effects are. So for whatever the policy change is, if there's not a big disemployment effect, it's really hard to me to see that the fiscal implications of raising the minimum wage would not be much lower than an equivalent policy like the EITC or the child tax credit say. When you raise the minimum wage, again, if conditional on no disemployment effects, let's just take that for a second. If you raise the minimum wage, then a lot of people, there will be almost no fiscal effect, or there will be less federal spending on those policies, food stamps and Medicaid potentially for some of the recipients of the higher wages. So I have a hard time seeing that. I mean, again, it depends on what the disemployment effects are. I don't, and it depends on the exact magnitude of the disemployment effects. So I can't weigh in for, you know, for a general increase in the minimum wage. But I can see cases where it would be a much smaller impact than something like the EITC.
Will?
So we're going to have to disagree a little bit about the minimum wage, because I think that it doesn't help the fisc under almost any circumstances. However, I agree totally that the EITC is fiscally much more expensive. So, but the way I would frame it is, there's two ways, if we think of the EITC and the minimum wage, there's two ways to raise the wages of low-wage workers. In one case, the EITC, taxpayers fund it. They tend to be relatively rich people. In the other thing, it's for the minimum wage, it's customers and business owners who fund it. They tend to be relative taxpayers, a little bit less rich. So in some ways, on both sides, the incidence of the minimum of the EITC is more redistributive than the minimum wage.
So I'm going to ask one final question, and we're going to open up to the audience for Q&A. Final question is, from me, is are there specific topics that you would encourage this esteemed group of researchers to focus on to help you as policymakers to try to examine it in more detail? What would be useful?
I was very excited about this question.
Okay.
So one is, so I have a few answers to that, and most touched upon already. But one is this trade-off of, you know, for the examples when the minimum wage has been raised and we've seen disemployment effects, who are they concentrated among? And then really going in, really understanding what the cost of that is. And I realize in the end of the day, there will be a policymaker with a welfare function that has to apply weights to whatever those benefits and costs are. But we need to start with really knowing what those costs are. And I guess going into the effect on teenage employment, we've talked about. If it is the case that teenagers are disproportionately disemployed by an increase in the minimum wage, then kind of understanding the follow-on effects of what that means for their future career, their future education, et cetera, would really help to weigh that cost. And then the second thing I'd say is this external validity that I mentioned before is of all the many papers done on the minimum wage, it's really hard for someone like me, who's not a labor economist, but an economist, but wanting to just know, what are the disemployment effects of raising the federal minimum wage? I can't look at the review of the literature and just see how it applies to an increase in the federal minimum wage very easily. So doing some kind of, so explaining what the situations are in each of the, in each of these studies and how it applies outside of that study is very helpful.
Any others?
I have one. Go ahead.
Yeah, I would say policymakers should be aware that the effects will be very asymmetric across industries. They'll be if we're talking about federal legislation, they'll be very asymmetric across states, and very asymmetric across workers in terms of age, in terms of demographics, in terms of educational levels. These are all things that I think they should know when thinking about, when contemplating these policy changes.
The one thing we struggled with at CBO in our report is how elasticities of employment would respond to changes of different size. And I come at this from the perspective that we have reasonable theories, I think, of why small changes in the minimum wage might actually increase or not reduce employment. I don't think these dynamic monopsony models are reasonable, and I think there's an aspect in which they're accurate. We have no model which says a really, really large increase, like doubling or tripling the wages of low-wage workers will not reduce employment. So we were struggling with sort of how to relate the elasticity to the size of the change. And I think it's hard to do in these, what I'll call reduced form or sort of, quasi-experimental methods. Maybe it takes more of a structural approach, but a consumer, I would be interested in seeing people think a little more carefully about sort of when it starts to really bite and when it doesn't.
Raj?
Yeah, and I think that all makes sense. The question for me is, I'm sure we'll see people continue to debate the elasticities, and that's wonderful. As I said earlier, I feel like more research is really important, especially as kind of the economic context changes. I commend the Fed doing this like in a time of different inflationary conditions. Over lunch, I was saying it would be great to see more about vacancies and the impact on raising the minimum wage in terms of vacancies. And it was great to see the paper earlier today, which kind of answered my calls. But especially going forward, that question I think is important as the shape of the workforce changes, right? As the demographics of the workforce changes, as the availability of workers changes. One thing I hear from employers almost every week from January 2021 to today is we're having trouble finding workers. And so understanding the impact of these state and local, someday federal minimum wage increase on vacancies is actually, and the impact of those labor supply challenges on employment, or the interaction with employment effects would be very interesting.
Could I
Go ahead.
Sorry,
Go ahead.
quick ones. One is I think we're only starting to now get better estimates of what the longer run consequences are of minimum wages. Elna Pastorino is going to give a really interesting talk tomorrow about this. And automation is obviously something that we have to be worried about, and it may flip the sign a little bit on young versus old. Young people just starting out their careers. Some lucky ones will stay employed and enjoy those higher wages, and then they accumulate human capital, and then they move on. But if they're 40, 50-year-olds that have much less vibrancy in their future career path, they might be the ones from a long-term perspective that might end up paying the price if they get automated away.
So what we're going to do is a poll question now, just to kick off the Q&A session. So poll question is, who do you think bears the increase in labor costs resulting from a minimum wage increase? Businesses, workers, consumers, all the above, none of the above. Just text back to that same number with your answer.
It's like a horse race.
I thought I knew how you were going to answer.
It has to be all the way above because there's no threshold.
Okay, so let's open it up. We've got another question. We'll come back to the final question at the end of your discussion. Lucas.
Thank you. It's actually, can I try and answer your first question on the labor share?
Sure.
The type of evidence we have accumulated the last decade on the labor share would predict that probably the labor share is going to decrease with the minimum wage. So I agree with the panel that said probably it's not going to increase it, but I would say it's going to decrease. And the type of evidence we've seen is across countries and industries where capital goods have become cheaper. We saw large decreases in the labor share. So capital becoming cheaper is like labor becoming more expensive. In the end, it's about a horse race between the two. And to your question that the labor share has not gone down to the 2000s level, I agree, that's what the data says, but it's not inconsistent with basic economic theory that the labor share can keep going down forever. In which case, we should be talking about UBI instead of minimum wages or EITC.
Why not EITC?
Sorry, what?
Why not EITC?
Because maybe in 100 years, we're not going to have labor. We're just going to have capital. So
have
UBI,
you tried ChatGPT?
Maybe.
So far, I'm more impressed with the segue than I am with the quality that ChatGPT produces. Other questions? Right behind you.
Yeah, one of the things, by the way, I just want to congratulate the Federal Reserve Bank of Minneapolis, for organizing this conference. David and I were on the same flight together, David Newmark and I, and we were trying to remember the last minimum wage conference we went to, and the answer was there haven't been any. So this is a great meeting of the minds, I guess. I really like the fact that most of the minimum wage research is very evidence-based, and that's. But sometimes there's some kind of loose thinking. Oh, business profits have to go down. We don't have any evidence that they go down, not yet anyway. There's going to be automation, but what little evidence there is on automation, like Orley Ashenfelder's study of McDonald's, doesn't find any effects of minimum wages on automation. There's going to be an effect on tradables, but there's hardly any minimum wage workers who work in tradables in the United States. It's almost all local services. So we have to be very careful, I think, in sticking with being evidence-based. I just want to reinforce something that Laura said, which is, this is a comment rather than a question, but what are the benefits of raising the minimum wage versus the costs? First of all, the costs, somebody who loses their job because of a minimum wage increase is going to find another job, probably, but not right away. They're going to work fewer weeks per year. They're not going to be permanently unemployed. And that really, I think, changes the welfare calculation. Because if their wage is going to go up, but they're only going to work, say, 2 or 3 weeks less per year, they might still be better off. It's not a case of, oh, they're the unfortunates who are totally losing.
But let's just take that for example. And you know, the discussion was what happens to the high school student who would have gotten the job at McDonald's, have their first experience in an organized workplace, can't get the job at McDonald's, and instead is mowing lawns or is washing cars or something like that. It's like odd jobs.
Yeah.
I mean,
well, I've done some work. I know there was a UCLA study mentioned earlier, but in a paper I've published, I looked at the effect of minimum wages on independent contracting, and we couldn't find any effects using county level data. So it's not clear to me that that's happening. I've also separately done research.
You said that they're going to go somewhere. So where are they going to go? I'm assuming I'm being optimistic that
I'm saying they're going to. I'm saying that as Lee, I think, pointed out correctly, the U.S. labor market is incredibly fluid. Some would say turbulent, but in any case, there's lots of jobs available. You just have to wait a little longer. That's what a lot of research has found over the years. There's very few people who are going to be without a job forever. That's maybe if they're 45 or 50, that's going to have more of a scarring effect. But what I really want to talk about is the benefit side, that there's more, when you think about it, what are the benefits to a family of having a higher minimum wage? One is that we see from the spending data is they're likely to buy a used car. Used car means they're not commuting on our ridiculously slow mass transit systems, especially the bus systems, to find or go to work. They're able to expand their search radius quite considerably. And I have found this to be the case, especially for black workers, which is a big reason why minimum wages help reduce black-white wage inequality. What about just crises in general? I mean, credit rating goes up a lot. The Boston Fed study has found that. You have more stability. You don't lose your job just because your car broke down or can't get to a medical appointment or whatever. But there's actually really rigorous research on this. Like Lindsay Bullinger, who's a professor at Georgia Tech, has looked at parental behavior. Child abuse and child neglect go down when the minimum wage goes up. I mean, this is causal analysis, not just a correlation. Krista Ruffini, who's at Georgetown and one of our former students, looked at nursing homes and found that nursing home deaths go down when the minimum wage goes up, and as well as and partly because turnover goes down and you have better care for your elders. I've done a study with Will Dow of our School of Public Health on deaths of despair, and we find that minimum wage increases and DEITC lower suicide rates substantially. That's really important. So the debate just on minimum wage and employment is a small part of it.
Let's get some others in here. Thank you. Chris.
So Lee mentioned that there's a possibility that he wanted to talk about the K through 12 not being good enough because we're producing some people who, because of a bad education, aren't worth $15 an hour to anybody. I want to know to what extent it's been considered that there are some people, and this is something that personally have some experience within my extended family who are developmentally challenged. You know, it's not just a lack of education. They're developmentally challenged and they're not going to be able to. And one of the things I thought was great about our labor market is work is useful and developmentally challenged people can work. And it seems to me a $15 an hour minimum wage it is illegal for some people to work. Has there been quantitative, empirical studies on the effect of these laws on this group?
Just briefly, there are, I don't know about the causal studies. I do know that there is a sub-minimum for disabled workers, which I believe it's about, a few years ago, it was like maybe 500,000, 300,000. It was not nothing. It wasn't as many as you might think should qualify. So I don't think there's been any direct study of disabled workers that I'm aware of that would talk about what the impact. I know one of the relatively recent minimum wage proposals for the federal law was going to gradually phase that exception out, and you would suggest that would not be so good, perhaps.
I'll just step in and say there have also been, like, I just want to say there are employers around the country who've done like an amazing job of integrating people with disabilities into competitive integrated employment. They'll target, they kind of build specific programs, and they've, again, in a tight labor market, it's a great opportunity to look for people who have the skills regardless of where they are on the developmental spectrum, like they have the skills you need, and it's been really successful for a bunch of employers to do that.
At the meeting we had this morning before the conference, there was a grocery store operator who said that the people they have generally bagging groceries are typically high school kids and people with various developmental disabilities, and they're the ones potentially affected by some of the policy changes. There were some other hands in the back. Go ahead.
So you addressed two of the criticisms of EITC, one that it's a handout to business, the other that it has some fiscal costs. There's a third criticism, which is that it props up low productivity businesses and reduces the incentive to invest in technology or organizational processes that can improve productivity. How do you respond to that third criticism?
Who are you directing your question to?
Anyone who would like to respond.
I just was making sure you weren't talking to me.
Yeah, I understand the incentive effects you're describing. I don't know of studies that have tried to document that or what the findings are. But yeah, I mean, the hallmark of a well-functioning economy is rapid resource reallocation. We have, I mean, what I tend to see is businesses that tend to pay low wages oftentimes are businesses in trouble. About 2 years ago, I did a friendly debate with Daron Acemoglu arranged by the Manhattan Institute on very much what we're talking about here today, and I'd found some data on large businesses paying low wages. So typically large businesses pay higher wages. So the large businesses that a few years ago were paying low wages were Sears. Sears is gone. TJ Maxx is gone. The holding company for Taco Bell. We still have Taco Bell, sadly, though
Taco Bell.
They're struggling. So a lot of small businesses or new businesses, and what we know about those, they tend to be kind of either up or out. New business failure rate, a lot of them are gone within the first 5 years. So I would think that's not all that big of a deal. If they're skating close enough to the margin, I don't know if the EITC is really going to bail them out or not. But that's just all hypothetical.
Yes, hey, Abby. There's a microphone coming to you. Okay.
Thanks. So one of the features of the current policy landscape around the minimum wage is that it's been very fractured, and that seems to be a trend over time, that we went from a federal policy that was largely federal to one where states would sometimes act by themselves to states acting by themselves a lot. Now it's hyper-local, as Dr. Nath and her colleagues are studying. So just what kind of additional trade-offs do you think in the future, if we continue to have a very fractured landscape with some very high wages in some places and some very low wages in others, does that bring additional challenges, additional trade-offs, or is that potentially a benefit? Some might view that, at least in some areas, then you have more open competition or more access to the market. Just kind of what kind of trade-offs do you think that fracturing brings?
I mean, the general, I shouldn't speak for the minimum wage community, but there's certainly a component of it that would say that a community or state-specific minimum wage allows states to target it in a way that makes sense for their market. The minimum wage for New York is probably not the right one for Mississippi. So one view of this sort of federalist approach is it's wise, and personally, I subscribe to that for the most part. Regardless of whether any particular place gets it right or not.
Hi, I'm Kyle Stokes. I'm a reporter with MinPost, so I appreciate the feeling of not being a labor economist in this room. So I guess I'll also bring up, in a room full of economists, leave it to the reporter to bring up socialism. So I'm glad someone brought up UBI, and perhaps part of the reason that we see the fracturing is because the left has glommed onto minimum wage increases as the preferred policy alternative to the status quo. And so I guess in particular for Mr. Ohanian, but anyone up there if you talk about, if the alternative is UBI, is raising the minimum wage that bad? Are the frictional costs, to a critic of the minimum wage, I suppose, are they that bad, quote unquote? If the alternative is a potentially much bigger entitlement program, I know EITC expansion would not be cheap, but the upside of the minimum wage in that sense is that at least businesses bear some of the costs of it directly. But anyone else can respond, I guess.
Well, so I'll throw out another policy option aside from UBI and increase the minimum wage or expanding ITC. Based on my observations, I think communities work really well when people are engaged and people who are able to work can work. So for people who are, let's say, chronically unemployed in the private sector, I think well-designed, assuming we can do a well-designed public sector jobs program, could be really effective. Nursing homes, parks, schools, I think are all places where society could really benefit from people who aren't currently engaged. So I think well-designed public sector jobs programs would be another possible option there.
Other questions? Up here in the front. Mike's coming from over here. Well, you're getting two. There you go.
Thanks. So the last decade or so has seen a lot of this state and local action on minimum wages, some of this fracturing that was mentioned already, but it's also seen a lot of private sector action that gets characterized as a firm setting its own minimum wage, which has some similarities, but also some kind of fundamental differences between that kind of thing in a state and a government minimum wage. And I'm curious how the panel would weigh evidence from private sector actions like that when thinking about governmental policy.
Can you give an example of what you mean by the private sector actions?
So right, like a firm like Amazon says now our quote unquote minimum wage is whatever, $15 an hour, which is not, it's voluntary, but they've established a firm pay policy that establishes some kind of floor.
I mean, that seems great. Seems great. I guess my reaction is that to have kind of large firms publicly saying that they're setting their own minimum wage is only a positive thing. It doesn't force anyone to do anything, but it may lead workers to go to their employers and say, look, the other workers are being paid $15 an hour now. It may hand some people more bargaining power. So that seems like a positive thing. I don't think it necessarily weighs too much into the choice of what the federal minimum wage is, or even local minimum wages. But for sure, if all firms did that, then there would be no need for governmental minimum wage policy at all.
Will?
Sure. wage increases for low-wage workers are awesome. I agree on that. That's a fantastic thing. And to the extent that firms are just doing it because they're productive, and it's great. To the extent they're doing it sort of political pressure from government or from other sources, conceivably, depending on how you view the minimum wage works, but it could sort of be a de facto minimum wage instead of a de jure one. So you can make your own decision about that. And one observation about that is that Walmart is sometimes criticized as having, and it's true, they do have a lot of low-wage workers, whereas Costco is often set up as an example of somebody who pays high-wage workers. Costco has both a lot fewer workers and a very different mix of workers. So if you actually go to their 10Ks or their annual reports, and you look total wage bill and divide it by their revenue, Walmart has a higher ratio of wage bill to revenue than does Costco. So I just raised that. I don't know what the right answer is, but would you want everyone to act like Costco? It's not 100% obvious.
Raj and then Lee.
Yeah, I was just saying, a tight labor market, it's a great way to just market your business, right? If we're talking about job vacancies and just the need to compete for workers, it's like a great way to say, hey, this is a great place to work, and it's a good number. I said earlier, people compete on a lot of different grounds, flexibility and paid time off and benefits and everything else, but that number makes a difference, and it's why as you drive around, you might see restaurants now, like fast food restaurants, kind of advertising a number, at least in some places that I see that. I don't know if they're here in Minnesota. So I think that's one of the good reasons. The other thing is, just like as a side note, like I would be fascinated if anyone here had connections to any of the large retailers who've done that, to do some analysis of like how has that impacted, back to the questions that were coming up earlier about profits and otherwise, you could do it from the 10Ks, or you could, if anyone has connections to the inside to actually do that analysis, it would be fascinating.
Lee.
Yeah, so yeah, so I would add, businesses are self-serving. You ask businesses kind of what the number one issue they face in labor markets, and during tight labor markets, they say finding qualified applicants and finding qualified workers. So this is a way for them to be able to recruit a different pool of workers. So I don't see it necessarily as trying to preempt federal stuff or state stuff, but this is what they need to do need to do to maximize profits. So yeah, I agree with Raj. And they were able to get that, advertise that very widely, and very, very effectively.
Okay, last question is for all of you. What do you think the federal minimum wage should be? 7, 25, 10, 15, 17, or 20 plus? Put your money. Now you can't say it could be this or could be that. You got to pick one.
I gotta say, this is surprising me. I just felt, I didn't feel a lot of support for raising it in the room.
Nobody wants 17? There's no 17?
Well, yeah.
Prime numbers. No one wants prime numbers.
Too precise. All right.
That's Bernie's number.
Yeah.
Do we know how many people responded?
I don't know. All right, well, do me a favor. Join me in thanking our panelists for a great discussion.